Story number 1. Santa Claus and the Haunted House. 2000s. A small rural town. I'll be honest, it didn't start off like one of those stories you tell around a campfire. No, at first, it was just a bunch of us. Young and stupid, full of that reckless energy you get when you're 18. The kind that makes you think you're invincible. You know what I mean? The nights when you think you can do anything. Even if it's something as ridiculous as spending Christmas Eve in a house that's been abandoned for years, just because it seemed like a cool idea at the time. But now, thinking back, I know how foolish we were. It was December 24th, 2003. A biting chill had settled over our small town. One of those nights where the air is so cold you can feel it burn in your chest when you breathe. The streets were eerily quiet, almost as if the town was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. It had snowed heavily the night before, blanketing everything in a thick layer of white. The trees were bare, their limbs like skeletal fingers reaching toward the dark sky. We were all huddled in my car, parked at the end of the long dirt road leading up to the house. Four of us, me, Sarah, Jake, and Amy, had decided to head to this old, abandoned house just outside of town. It wasn't a house anyone really talked about, except in whispers. You see, people around here believed that something terrible had happened in that house. Something that still hung over it like a cloud of dust and despair. But it was Christmas, and we were young. What better way to spend the night than in an old, haunted house, right? It was supposed to be an adventure, a break from the usual boring Christmas nonsense. No family, no presents, no church service, just us, a few beers, and the thrill of being where we shouldn't be. The house itself was a crumbling relic of another time. You could see it even from a distance, perched on the edge of the woods like some forgotten monument to the past. It had been abandoned for as long as any of us could remember. The windows were boarded up, the roof sagging under the weight of years of neglect. The chimney, once a proud feature, was now little more than a jagged wound in the stone. "I don't know about this," Sarah said as we got out of the car. Her voice trembled, but she was always the cautious one, the one who would make sure to check the locks on the doors 3 times before leaving the house. "Come on, Sarah, it's just a house," I replied, laughing. "What's the worst that could happen?" Jake, ever the troublemaker, grinned and handed me a flashlight. "If anything, it'll make a hell of a story." We walked up the cracked stone steps, our feet crunching in the snow. The air was still, too still, as if the world was holding its breath. When we reached the door, I turned the old brass handle, surprised when it gave way with a creak. The smell hit us as soon as we stepped inside, stale, musty, and damp, like something had died in the walls long ago. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, the once white paint now yellowed with age. The furniture, if you could call it that, was still here, chairs upturned, a sofa with rips in the fabric, and a dusty old dining table covered in remnants of old newspapers. We spread out, wandering around the dusty rooms, the beam of the flashlight cutting through the dark corners. The silence was overwhelming, broken only by our footsteps and the occasional laugh or nervous whisper. Then, it happened. We were in the back room, the one with the cracked window looking out over the woods. When we heard the noise, at first, I thought it was the wind, but the sound was too rhythmic, too deliberate, like something, or someone, moving in the other room. "Did you hear that?" Amy whispered, her eyes wide. "Probably just a rat," I said, though I didn't feel so sure myself. We were standing near the hallway that led to the front door when I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow and measured. They weren't ours. I was about to suggest we head out when I saw him. A man? No. It wasn't a man. It was him. He was wearing the outfit, the red suit, the white beard, the unmistakable look of Santa Claus. But this was no jolly, cheerful Santa. No, his eyes were cold, too cold, and his movements stiff, robotic, as if he weren't even really there, but just walking. "Hello there," he said, his voice low and grating. It sent a shiver down my spine. I froze, my hand clutching the flashlight so hard my knuckles ached. He stepped forward, his boots making a hollow thud on the wooden floor as he crossed into the dimly lit room. The others must have seen him too because I heard Sarah gasp. And Amy whispered, "What is he doing here?" He didn't answer. He just stood there, staring at us, his eyes wide and unblinking. His smile, if you could call it that, was empty, like something stitched into his face. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, but I couldn't move. I felt like I was trapped in some terrible nightmare, one where I couldn't wake up. Before I could react, he took a step toward the door, and then, just like that, he was gone, disappearing into the night. We stood there, breathing heavily, the silence now deafening. "What the hell was that?" Jake asked, his voice shaky, as if he couldn't believe what we had just seen. That wasn't a joke. He was real. Sarah was already reaching for the door. "We need to leave. Now." But as we turned to go, something caught my eye, a small piece of paper wedged between the crack in the floorboards. I bent down and pulled it free. It was old, yellowed with age, and torn at the edges. I opened it, and my stomach dropped. It was a news article, dated December 24th, 2002. It was about the house, and the man who had lived here. His name was Henry Fitz, and he had been convicted of a series of brutal murders, women, children, families. He had been arrested on Christmas Eve, the very night we had decided to come here. The article went on to describe how he had been caught by the police after a bloody rampage through the house. But there was something in the last paragraph that made my blood run cold. Reports say that on the night of his capture, he was seen dressed as Santa Claus, as if mocking the holiday itself. The authorities have not been able to explain the strange events that followed his arrest. Witnesses claim they saw his figure in the house long after his capture, standing in the windows, staring out at the empty streets. We didn't stay long after that. We bolted out of the house like our lives depended on it, running through the snow until we reached the car. But even after we left, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following us, someone who wasn't quite human. A week later, we found out that the house had burned down. No one knows how, but they said they could hear strange noises coming from the house before the fire started. The fire department couldn't find the source. The thing is, I still see him. Every Christmas, I'll catch a glimpse of him on a street corner, standing in the shadows, wearing that same red suit. His eyes never leave mine, and I wonder, was he ever really gone? Story number 2. The Children and the Santa Claus. 1950s. There's something about Christmas that doesn't sit right with me. Maybe it's because of what happened that night in 1953. A night that changed everything I believed about this holiday. We were just a simple family, living in a quiet, isolated village in northern Maine. The kind of place where everyone knows your name, your dog's name, and probably where you hang your laundry. Nothing ever really happens here. Not in the way big cities like Boston or New York have their hustle and bustle. Our world was small, serene, and safe, or at least, that's what we thought. It all started on Christmas Eve. As it always does, the house was cozy, warmth from the crackling fire mixing with the aroma of cinnamon and pine. The snow outside was coming down thick and fast, like the world was being wrapped in a blanket of white. I remember the sound of the wind howling against the windows, the kind of wind that made you feel small, like the earth was breathing too hard. We, my younger sister Clara, my little brother Jimmy, and I sat in front of the fireplace, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Santa Claus. My parents were busy in the kitchen, preparing for our Christmas dinner, the clinking of pots and pans muffled by the storm. We'd heard the stories, of course, the ones that everyone in the village whispered about on cold nights, the ones that had been passed down from one generation to the next, like a dirty secret. I don't know why I thought it would be different that year, but I did. Maybe it was the way the fire flickered, or the way the snow fell like a shroud over the world. Maybe it was just the strange feeling that clung to the air that night. We were all looking out the window when we saw him, I can still picture it in my mind, as clear as the day it happened. The figure, standing in our backyard, barely visible against the storm. At first, I thought it was a trick of the wind, the snow playing tricks on my eyes. But no. There he was, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a suit of red, the thick, scraggly beard hanging from his face, and a black belt that seemed too tight for his girth. Santa Claus, or so we thought. He stood there, motionless, staring into the house. His eyes, those eyes, I'll never forget them. They weren't the warm, twinkling eyes that we'd been told about in every story. They were cold, cold like the ice that built up around the window. His gaze was unblinking, almost unnatural, like he was watching us not with kindness, but with an intent that chilled my bones. He didn't move. He didn't wave. He just stared. It was like he was studying us, waiting. I remember Clara tugging at my sleeve, whispering with a voice that trembled. "Is that really him?" I don't know," I said, unable to tear my eyes away from the figure. Something felt wrong. I didn't know what it was, but I knew deep down that whatever it wasn't good. We stared at him for what seemed like an eternity, the wind howling louder, drowning out the sound of our breaths. My heart pounded in my chest, and Jimmy, too young to understand, kept asking, "Is it time for presents yet?" Then, without warning, the figure moved, slowly, like he was calculating every step. I don't know who screamed first. Maybe it was me, maybe it was Clara, but we all bolted from the window, running toward the living room, where our parents were still preparing dinner. We burst into the kitchen, gasping for breath, trying to explain what we'd seen, but the words wouldn't come. It was as if the air itself had been sucked from our lungs. "Mom! Dad! Santa, he's outside!" Clara cried, her eyes wide with terror. But my parents, Dad, with his usually calm demeanor, and Mom, who was always so practical, looked at each other in confusion. "What are you talking about, kids? It's just the storm," Dad said, ruffling our hair. No, there's someone out there." I tried to explain, pointing toward the back door, but my words sounded hollow, as if the storm outside had swallowed them. But we insisted, begging them to look. So, finally, Dad put on his coat, grabbed a lantern, and went out into the storm. We crowded at the door, peering through the glass as the wind howled outside. We watched him walk toward the backyard, the lantern's flickering light barely cutting through the swirling snow. But when he reached the spot where the figure had been standing, there was nothing. No footprints in the snow, no trace of a person, just the swirling wind and the empty yard. Dad called out, his voice barely audible over the storm. But there was no answer. He came back inside, shaking his head. "Nothing out there. Kids, you must have imagined it." But I knew we hadn't imagined it. That night, couldn't sleep. Neither could Clara or Jimmy. We all stayed in the same room, huddled together in our blankets, too scared to close our eyes. I kept hearing that soft, sinister chuckle in my head, the one I had imagined when I saw those cold, unblinking eyes. I should have felt safe. I should have felt protected in the warmth of the house. But I didn't. Something was wrong. Something wasn't right. And I knew, deep in my bones, that the Santa Claus we had seen wasn't the real Santa. The next morning, the world was still and silent. The snow had stopped falling, and the sun came up pale and weak, casting long shadows across the white landscape. It was as if the night had never happened. But it had. And that wasn't the end. In the days that followed, we went about our Christmas celebrations. But the house didn't feel the same. The warmth of the fire couldn't chase away the chill that had settled in our hearts. Every night, as we lay in bed, we heard strange noises, scraping sounds from the attic, the soft shuffle of footsteps across the floor. But when we checked, no one was there. It wasn't until weeks later that I understood what had really happened. I overheard my mother talking to the village postman, a man who had been there longer than anyone. He had lived through the good years and the bad ones, through the floods and the fires. And he knew things about the village that no one else would speak of. "Do you know about the old man who lived in that house before?" he asked my mother in a hushed voice. "The one who always dressed like Santa?" My mother nodded, her face pale. "Yes, but what about him? He was no saint, that one. They say he was a hermit, a loner. He used to come to town on Christmas Eve, bringing toys to the children, but not in a kind way. They say he was cursed, a man who had made some terrible bargains in his past." "What kind of bargains?" "Some say he sold his soul to the devil. Others say he was trying to outrun something dark. But the thing about him was, he didn't stop on Christmas Eve. No, he never left, not even after he died." That's when it hit me. The man we saw that night, the one in the Santa suit, wasn't just a man. He was a spirit, a ghost, bound to the house, to the village, to the cursed land itself. And every year, on Christmas Eve, he would return, watching, waiting, for the children. We never stayed in that house again. Story number 3. The Haunted Christmas Ride. It was the winter of 1983 when I learned that there are some things better left unseen. Some things that refuse to stay buried in the past, no matter how much you wish they would. Back then, I was just a boy, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Every detail burned into my memory, like the smell of winter air before a storm, or the sound of heavy snow crunching underfoot. That Christmas Eve changed everything for my family. And what should have been a joyful celebration turned into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. We were living in a small, rural town in upstate New York, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business. It was the kind of town where the snowflakes fell in thick, heavy clumps, and the cold made everything feel like it was suspended in time. My parents, my younger sister, and I had planned for a quiet Christmas Eve. We had a nice fire going in the fireplace, the tree sparkling in the corner with its tangle of lights, and the smell of fresh-baked cookies hanging in the air. It should have been perfect. It should have been a memory we'd cherish forever. But that night, something went horribly wrong. It started with an ad we had seen in the local paper, a holiday special. A Santa Claus chauffeur service, guaranteed to bring a personalized visit from Santa right to your front door. It sounded ridiculous. Of course, we knew it was just a gimmick. But after a few too many glasses of eggnog and with my little sister begging us to do something special, my parents relented. We placed the call. The company, Santa's Rides, promised the real deal. A jolly old man in a red suit who would spread holiday cheer to our doorstep. And it wasn't long before the scheduled night arrived. At exactly 8 o'clock, we heard the rumble of an engine down the road. It wasn't quite like the sound of a car, though. It was too rough, too uneven, almost like a truck that hadn't been properly maintained. It sputtered, backfired, and coughed as it drew closer. I remember my parents exchanging uneasy glances, but my sister was thrilled. She had never been more excited in her life. She practically danced with joy, her face lighting up like a beacon. The doorbell rang, and the moment I opened the door, I knew something wasn't right. There, standing under the porch light, was a man dressed in a Santa suit. But he wasn't quite what I had imagined. His eyes were too pale, his skin too sallow, his hair thin and brittle beneath his red hat. He wore the suit like it didn't quite fit, the fabric sagging in odd places, and his boots were cracked and worn, as though they'd seen far too many miles of rough terrain. "Ho, ho, ho," he said, but the cheerfulness in his voice sounded hollow, almost rehearsed. I looked over my shoulder to check on my parents. They didn't seem to notice anything off. My mother smiled warmly, welcoming him into the house, and my father, who had always been the cautious one, offered him a drink. But I could see it in his eyes, the same unease I felt. My gut told me that something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. It was just a bad feeling, a creeping sense that we shouldn't be entertaining this stranger. He didn't stay long. After only a few minutes of forced small talk, he abruptly stood up and began to gather his things. "Santa's on his way to the next stop," he said in a strange, hollow voice. There was no ho 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 this time, just that flat tone, as if it wasn't him speaking, but something else, something not quite human. As he stepped out into the cold, I felt a chill sweep through the room, colder than any winter draft. He didn't turn back to wave goodbye, didn't even nod in acknowledgement. He simply walked out into the darkened night, disappearing into the thick snow, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading as he moved away. I remember standing in the doorway for what felt like an eternity, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't understand why, but I knew that this wasn't over. The next morning, Christmas Day, we woke to a terrible surprise. News reports flooded in that morning, carrying the tragic news of a local man, a truck driver named Tim Jacobs, who had been found dead in the woods near our town. His body was discovered just outside the small forest that bordered our property. The news was shocking, but what really struck me were the details of the discovery. Tim's body had been brutally mutilated. His throat had been slashed, and his body had been left in a twisted position that suggested he had been dragged across the snow. The police couldn't make sense of it. There were no signs of struggle, no clues pointing to who had done this. But the worst part? His truck was missing. Tim's truck, the one that was supposed to have delivered Santa Claus to our home the previous night, was nowhere to be found. The authorities investigated the area for days, but found no trace of the vehicle, and no one had any idea where it had gone. The only thing they could find was the set of tire tracks leading away from the woods, deep into the forest. It didn't take long for the rumors to start. People in town whispered about the Santa Claus chauffeur, some saying he was a ghost, others saying he was part of some twisted criminal operation. Some believed he had killed Tim to cover up some greater crime. Others, more superstitious, said that the man who had visited us wasn't Santa at all, but something far darker, something that wore the guise of jolly old Saint Nick to hide its true nature. My family never saw the man in the Santa suit again, but every year, when Christmas rolled around, I could feel the chill return to my bones, that same unsettling feeling creeping over me like the shadows of the winter night. People spoke of sightings, others who claimed to have seen the same man, wandering the roads late at night, his sleigh mysteriously absent, his eyes burning like coals in the dark. And then there was the call. A week after the incident, we received a phone call that chilled me to the core. The voice on the other end was muffled, distorted, and deep, as if it was being spoken through a heavy fog. "Ho ho ho," the voice said, and then it hung up. The case of Tim Jacobs' murder was never solved, and the mystery of the Santa chauffeur remained unsolved, buried in the snow with the rest of the town's darkest secrets. But I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and I know that the man in the Santa suit wasn't just a man. He wasn't even human. That Christmas, when the snow fell heavy once more, I locked my doors and told my family never to let anyone in without question. Because sometimes, the gifts we receive are not the ones we want, and sometimes, they are the ones that haunt us forever. Story number 4. The Haunted House of Santa Claus. 1965. It was the winter of 1965, the year my life changed forever. I was just a child back then, too young to understand the terror that would haunt our family for years to come. But as I sit here now, in the quiet of my late 40s, I can still hear the echoes, the creaks of old floorboards, the soft rustling of unseen footsteps in the night, and the chilling sound of a man's laugh, a laugh that no one was ever meant to hear. It started with the house. My parents had always dreamed of owning a grand old home, a place with history, something we could restore and fill with memories. We found the perfect one, a rambling Victorian house tucked away on the outskirts of a small town in Maine. The house had all the charm you'd expect: towering windows, a grand staircase that twisted upward like a serpent, and a sprawling attic full of forgotten treasures. It was the kind of place that called to you, as if it had been waiting for someone to come along and breathe life back into it. We bought it right before Christmas, I remember the day we moved in, how the snow seemed to fall in slow motion, blanketing the world in a soft, muted silence. Felt like the house was alive, like it had its own heartbeat, its own breath. We were excited. Of course, what better way to start a new chapter than in a house like this, decorated with twinkling lights and the scent of pine filling every room? But that excitement didn't last long. It wasn't until we began unpacking and settling in that we started noticing things, odd things, little things that didn't make sense. I remember one night, my sister Lily and I were sitting in the living room, waiting for our parents to finish decorating the tree. The house was unusually quiet, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Then, I heard it, the faintest creak from above, like the sound of footsteps crossing the attic floor. At first, I thought it was just the old house settling, the way old houses do. But then the footsteps came again, closer, and then, from the dark corner of the room, I saw something move. A shadow. No, not a shadow. A figure. It was tall. Too tall to be human. I blinked, and it was gone. I turned to Lily, but she hadn't seen anything. I told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light or the shadows. But I knew deep down that something wasn't right. There was something about this house that felt wrong, and I wasn't the only one who felt it. Over the next few days, the strange events multiplied. Doors that were locked in the morning were found wide open by nightfall. We'd hear the soft rustle of furniture being moved in the dead of night. But when we'd check, everything would be exactly where we'd left it. The kitchen, once silent, began to fill with the sound of dishes clattering, as if someone was preparing a meal we couldn't see. My father, practical man, was the first to dismiss it as the quirks of an old house. But my mother's unease grew with each passing day. It wasn't long before we heard the story. It was the neighbor, Mrs. Dawes, who told us. Her voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes flicking nervously toward our house, like she was afraid it might be listening. She told us that the house had once belonged to a man named Elias Winterbottom, a reclusive figure who had moved to the town in the early 1900s. He was an eccentric, a man who claimed to be Santa Claus himself, not in the jolly, bearded way we all know, but in a twisted, darker sense. He believed that he was the real Santa, that his home was the place where Christmas magic was born, where the spirit of the holiday would manifest itself in ways no one else could comprehend. But Winterbottom's Christmas cheer had a dark side. He had no family, no friends, and no visitors. No one knew where he came from or why he lived so isolated. But Mrs. Dawes swore that she had seen him standing at the window on Christmas Eve, staring out into the snowstorm with empty eyes. The man had been a mystery to the town, and when he died in that very house, there was no one to mourn him, no one except the house itself, they said. And that's when the strange things began. Mrs. Dawes told us that the man's ghost had never left, that every year on Christmas Eve, his spirit would return to the house. His presence would fill the rooms like an oppressive weight, and the house would come alive again with strange noises and shadows. And most chilling of all, she claimed, was the laughter, the low, grating laugh of a man who never seemed to stop. At first, I didn't believe her, but then, things started to escalate. One night, just days before Christmas, I was woken up by the sound of heavy footsteps in the hallway outside my room. I lay there, frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps came closer, and then, from beneath my door, I saw a shadow slip by, a long, dark figure moving with purpose. My breath hitched in my throat, and I mustered the courage to open the door. There, at the end of the hall, stood a man dressed in a tattered red suit, his beard matted with age and his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He looked at me, his smile wide and cruel, and for a moment, I thought I saw his eyes flicker with something that made my blood run cold. He didn't speak. He just stood there, motionless, until the sound of my father's footsteps down the stairs broke the silence. The figure vanished before my eyes, melting into the shadows like a phantom. That was the first night I knew we were not alone in that house. And I wasn't the only one who knew it. My parents started seeing him, too, usually at night, always when the house was still. When the clock struck midnight, it became impossible to ignore the strange, ominous feeling that hung in the air, like the house was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. My mother, unable to bear the stress, called in a series of spiritualists, priests, mediums, and even a local witch, but none of them could help. The spirits of the house wouldn't leave. They couldn't be driven away. The windows would still open on their own. The chairs would still shift. And the footsteps, oh God, the footsteps would echo in the halls. A reminder that we were never truly alone. And then came Christmas Eve. We were decorating the tree. Our last Christmas in the house. Or so we thought. The air was thick with the sense that something was about to happen. Something terrible. I caught a glimpse of the figure again, standing at the window, just as Mrs. Dawes had described. I watched him, my heart sinking, as his cold, dead eyes locked with mine. He smiled. It was then that we made the decision. We packed up our things, left the decorations half-hung, and walked away from the house. Forever. The house still stands to this day, abandoned, just as it was when we left. The windows are dark. The front door swings open on its hinges. And every Christmas Eve, if you stand quietly outside, you can hear it, the sound of footsteps, the low, gravelly laugh of Elias Winterbottom. And I can still hear his voice, whispering on the wind, "Ho, ho, ho." Story number 5. The Horrible Encounter with Santa Claus. 1990s. London. It was one of those cold December nights in London. The kind where the air feels so sharp it stings your lungs with each breath you take. The fog rolled in from the Thames, thick and damp, settling over the city like a second skin. The city was alive with lights, garlands draped over buildings, and the faint sound of carolers from a distance. But it was the kind of Christmas Eve that felt off. I don't know how to explain it, but everything felt different that night. The air had that electric feeling, like something was on the verge of happening, something bad. My name is David Porter, and at the time, I was living in a cramped flat in the heart of London. I had just finished up a late night at the office. No festive cheer for me, just the sound of my typewriter keys clicking away as I tried to finish up an article for the local newspaper. By the time I stepped out into the freezing cold streets, it was nearly midnight. I didn't expect anyone to be out at that hour, let alone anyone with a cheery disposition. Yet, there he was, standing in the middle of the street. Santa Claus. At first, I thought it was just some man dressed in a red suit, one of those cheery, overzealous types who likes to get into the Christmas spirit. But as I drew closer, something about him didn't sit right. He was standing on the corner, just outside a small convenience store that was about to close. The dim light from the shop window flickered, casting odd shadows over his face. His beard was thick, too thick, and his eyes, there was something wrong with his eyes. They were dead, empty. They didn't sparkle with holiday cheer, like you'd expect from a Santa Claus. Instead, they were the eyes of someone who'd seen far too much, someone who had been hollowed out from the inside. Strange. But I remember thinking to myself at the time, I should keep walking. Something's wrong. Yet, instead of walking away, I found myself stopping in front of him. He was carrying a large sack over his shoulder, so large, I couldn't imagine how it had been packed. It was bulging in odd places, like there were things inside that didn't belong. I don't know why I didn't turn around and leave then. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the strange feeling in the air. Or maybe it was the way he looked at me, his eyes piercing, searching. He must have known I was conflicted, because he smiled. But it wasn't a kind smile. "Excuse me," he said, his voice deep and raspy. It didn't sound right. It didn't sound human. "Could you help me for a moment?" I didn't even think about it. I nodded, stepping closer, perhaps too eager to prove myself helpful, or too desperate to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. He handed me the large sack, and for a brief moment, I wondered how he could hold something so heavy. The sack was oddly warm, as though it had been sitting by a fire for hours. I didn't think anything of it at first, but then, I felt it, the chill. It wasn't from the cold night air. It was from him, from the sack. The temperature dropped as soon as I touched it, so suddenly that I gasped. The chill wasn't just a physical sensation. It went deeper than that, settled in my bones. A deep, aching cold that I couldn't shake off. I wanted to drop the sack, to run away, but I couldn't. I looked up at him, and his smile had grown wider, far too wide, the edges of his lips pulling back to reveal teeth that were far too sharp. "Thank you," he said, his voice like gravel scraping against metal. "You can go now." I should have walked away then. I should have let go of the sack, turned, and fled. But I didn't. Instead, I stood there, staring at him, and that's when I saw it. In his other hand, hidden by the folds of his coat, was a long, thin knife. It was dark, but I could see the reflection of the dim streetlight dancing off the blade, catching my attention just enough to make my heart skip a beat. Before I could react, I pulled my hand away from the sack, but as soon as I did, a strange sound filled the air, a low, guttural laugh. It wasn't his. It was something deeper, something darker, like the sound of a creature that hadn't had its fill in years. That's when I finally noticed it. The smell. It was faint at first, like something musty and damp, but then it hit me with full force. It smelled like death, like decay and old bones. "Good night, David," the man said, his voice growing quieter, almost a whisper now. I didn't answer him. I didn't need to, because at that moment, I felt it, the press of cold air, suffocating and thick, rushing out from his body like a gust of wind. It was as if he wasn't even human anymore. He was something else, something far older, a shadow that had taken on the form of the jolly old man we all knew and loved. Without saying another word, he turned and walked away, vanishing into the fog. But as he did, I heard the most disturbing sound of all, a soft, almost mocking laugh that echoed behind me. It was faint, but it seemed to come from everywhere. It was the sound of someone or something laughing at my expense. I stood there for a long time, frozen, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But it didn't make sense. It didn't fit into any world I knew. The next few days, I tried to forget about it. I convinced myself that it was nothing more than a bizarre encounter. Some crazy man with a warped sense of humor. But that night, Christmas Eve, something changed. It wasn't just the strange encounter that haunted me. It was what happened afterward. Every year, without fail, I could feel him watching me. That's the worst part of all. Each Christmas, when the streets grow quiet, when the snow falls and the lights flicker on, I feel it, those eyes on me, cold and unblinking, that laugh in the distance, faint but unmistakable. It never goes away. I've moved several times since then, left London, gone across the country, but he always finds me, always, and as each Christmas Eve approaches, I know I'll hear his laugh again, and I know that, somewhere out there, the man dressed as Santa Claus is waiting for me, waiting to remind me that I'll never escape him. And sometimes, just sometimes, I wonder, what was in that sack? I don't want to know. Story number 6. The Imposter Santa. It was a cold night in December of 1976. The kind of night where the world seems to hold its breath. Just before the first snow begins to fall, the air had that bitter, sharp quality to it, like the world was frozen in time. I'll never forget that night, or the way the wind howled through the trees outside, rattling the windows like a warning. It was the night Christmas became something else entirely, something dark. I was only a kid back then, just 8 years old. My brothers and I were piled on the living room couch, our heads filled with the excited chatter about presents, Santa, and everything that comes with the magic of Christmas. It was the kind of excitement only children can feel, the belief that anything was possible. that the night would bring something magical, something wondrous. I can still remember the warm glow of the fireplace and the faint smell of pine from the Christmas tree. But that night, everything changed. It started when my parents told us to go to bed early. There were no complaints. We were used to it. They always insisted we get to sleep before midnight so we could wake up to a house filled with presents and the sound of reindeer hooves on the roof. But that night, I stayed awake longer than I should have. I don't know why. Maybe I felt something was off. Some inexplicable chill that had nothing to do with the cold outside. I was lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling when I heard a faint noise. A scratching sound, like something or someone was moving in the house. It wasn't the wind or the house settling. This was deliberate, and it was coming from downstairs. I listened harder, my heart beginning to race. Then came the voice. It was soft at first, but it was unmistakable. A deep, gruff voice that sounded strangely familiar. Ho ho ho! It chuckled, as if mocking the real thing, the Santa we all thought we knew. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind again, maybe the creaking of the house in the cold. But it was too real, too close. I grabbed the edge of my blanket, clutching it tightly as I heard footsteps downstairs. Heavy, deliberate, the kind of sound you only make when you're walking with purpose. And it wasn't my parents. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't get out of bed. No, I stayed there, frozen in place, listening to the sounds below. I heard the clink of metal, the scrape of a chair against the floor, the unmistakable sound of something or someone going through the kitchen. Then, suddenly, everything went silent. I waited, my breath held in my chest, the darkness of the room pressing in on me like a living thing. And then, I heard the footsteps again, closer this time. I heard him before I saw him. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like something out of a nightmare. The door to my bedroom creaked open, just a crack, and there, standing in the doorway, was a figure dressed in the red suit. But there was something wrong about him, something off. The jolly figure I had imagined as a child, the warm, laughing Santa Claus, was gone. This man, or whatever he was, had a look in his eyes that made my skin crawl. His eyes were too wide, too bright, and they glistened in the dim light. He wasn't smiling, not like Santa. His grin was something else, twisted, predatory, as if he knew something I didn't. He wore the traditional red and white, but the fabric of his suit was torn in places, and there were stains on the fabric, dark stains. I couldn't tell if they were just the shadows of the night or something more sinister. He stepped closer. I stayed still, trying to breathe without making a sound. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't listen. "Where are your parents, little one?" he asked. His voice a low, guttural growl. It didn't sound like Santa. It didn't sound like anything human. I didn't answer. What could I say? For what felt like an eternity, he stood there, staring at me. His gaze was almost hypnotic. I don't know how long I lay there, paralyzed by fear, but I heard him sniff the air as if searching for something. Someone. Suddenly, I heard a muffled scream from downstairs. My heart froze. It was my mother. I bolted upright in bed, too terrified to even think straight. I knew, without a doubt, that whatever was downstairs wasn't Santa Claus. It was something far worse. The next moments blurred together. I didn't think. I didn't question. I jumped out of bed, ran down the hallway, and bolted down the stairs, my feet pounding on the wooden floors. I reached the living room and stopped dead in my tracks. My mother and father were lying on the floor, unconscious. Blood stained the carpet, and standing over them, the man in the Santa suit. No. The thing was rifling through the drawers, taking whatever he could find. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't move. My legs wouldn't obey me. I could barely breathe. It was then that he looked up at me. His eyes widened in a sickeningly satisfied way. "Good, you're awake," he said, his voice now a whisper full of venom. "I've got a special gift for you." He reached into the bag slung over his shoulder, pulling out a shiny knife. The blade gleamed in the dim light, and I could see every reflection of my terrified face in it. But before he could take another step, a sound, something I'll never forget, pierced the air. A sharp, shrill siren, the sound of a police car. The thing's eyes flashed with panic, and he dropped the knife. His form seemed to distort, flickering for a second, like a shadow under too much light. With a guttural snarl, he turned and bolted out the front door, disappearing into the night. The police arrived just seconds later, but by the time they searched the area, there was no sign of the man or whatever he was. The police called it a robbery gone wrong, but we all knew better. The thing in the Santa suit had been after something more than just money. It was after fear, after power. It had come for my family, and it had come for me. In the weeks that followed, the town settled into an uneasy calm, but every Christmas since, I can't shake the feeling that someone, is still out there, watching from the shadows, waiting for the next Christmas to arrive. And every year, when the wind howls through the trees, I still hear the voice of that man, or whatever he was, whispering in the back of my mind, "Ho ho ho, I'm coming for you." Story number 7. The Man in the Santa Suit. It was the winter of 1948, a time when the world was still reeling from the scars of war. But the little town of Maplewood in northern Canada seemed untouched by the darkness that had gripped so much of the world. Christmas was just around the corner, and for the Fisher family, like so many others, it was a time of hope and joy. My family, like most, had learned to appreciate the small things: a hot meal, a warm home, and the company of loved ones. But we could never have prepared for what would come knocking at our door that night. I was only 13 at the time, but I remember it as clearly as if it had happened yesterday. I was sitting with my younger brother by the fireplace, the crackling flames casting eerie shadows on the walls. The scent of pine from our Christmas tree filled the room, and outside, the snow had begun to fall in thick, heavy flakes. It was the kind of night that makes you feel safe, like the whole world was wrapped in a blanket of white. My parents were busy in the kitchen, preparing our Christmas dinner. The sound of my mother humming to herself mixing with the low murmur of my father's voice as he worked. We hadn't expected any visitors. We never did. Maplewood was small, remote, and aside from the occasional wanderer who passed through, no one ever came this far north. But then, as the clock struck 9, there came a knock at the door. It was a soft, polite tap, the kind you expect from a neighbor. But it was late, too late for anyone to be calling on Christmas Eve, and especially in a town like ours, where nobody was in a hurry to leave the warmth of their homes. My father looked at my mother, a brief flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He stood and walked toward the door, wiping his hands on his apron. "I'll see who it is," he said, his voice calm, but I could hear the edge of unease in it. I sat frozen in place, not knowing why, just knowing that something about the whole situation didn't sit right with me. My brother, still young enough to believe in magic, had his eyes wide, expecting the usual Christmas cheer. But I felt a knot in my stomach, an unshakable sense that the night was about to take a dark turn. I'll never forget the moment the door creaked open. Standing on the doorstep was a man dressed in a tattered Santa suit. The bright red of his coat had dulled over time, the white trim soiled and frayed. His face was hidden beneath a thick, unkempt beard, and his eyes, those eyes were dark, too dark, like the pits of some ancient well, staring right into my soul. There was something wrong about him, something that made my skin crawl. But my father, ever the good man, didn't hesitate. He smiled and extended his hand, inviting the stranger in. "Merry Christmas," my father said, though his voice was tight, strained. The man nodded slowly, but didn't speak. His breath came in shallow, rasping gasps, like he was winded from some long journey. He stepped into the house, his boots leaving wet prints on the floor. But he didn't seem to care, or even notice, as if his mind was somewhere else entirely. "Can I offer you some coffee?" my mother asked, her voice warm and welcoming. though there was a nervous edge to it now. The man didn't respond right away. He just stood there, looking at the Christmas tree, his expression unreadable. Then, without warning, he turned and fixed his eyes on me. The moment our gazes locked, I felt the blood drain from my face. His gaze was like a vice, cold and unfeeling. He stepped closer, and I could feel the chill radiating off him, even though the house was warm. "Your father," the man suddenly said, his voice a low rasp. "Is he the man who killed Henry Lawson?" The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My father's face went pale, and he took a step back, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. "I know. No. That's—" But the man wasn't listening. His eyes bored into my father, and there was something about his expression now. Something hungry, something predatory. "Liar," he hissed, his voice taking on a terrifying edge. "You're the one, aren't you? You're the one who made him disappear." Before my father could respond, the man reached inside his jacket, and I saw the glint of something metallic. My heart stopped. It was a knife. My father's face went white, and he moved quickly, pushing my mother and brother back into the kitchen. Out of the line of sight, I was frozen, unable to move. My eyes locked on the man as he raised the knife in his hand. But before anything could happen, the man lowered the blade and turned toward the door. "Your family doesn't belong here," he muttered, his voice filled with malice. "This house is mine. It always has been." And just like that, he was gone, out the door, into the night, leaving nothing behind but the stench of his presence. We didn't know who he was. We didn't know what he wanted. But we did know that something dark had come to our house, and it wasn't finished yet. The police arrived shortly after, summoned by the neighbors who had heard the commotion. But they found no trace of the man, no footprints in the snow, no sign of him anywhere. They tried to reassure us, but I could see it in their eyes. They didn't know what to make of it either. Over the next few days, rumors spread through the town. People whispered about a man who had escaped from the local prison, a man who had been imprisoned for a string of violent crimes. It was said he had broken out on Christmas Eve, using a stolen Santa suit to cover his escape. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that the man had known about my father. He had known something that we hadn't, something about Henry Lawson, a man who had gone missing years before, his disappearance never solved, a man whose ghost seemed to haunt this place in ways that no one could explain. That night, when I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't seen the last of him. The man in the Santa suit had come to our house for a reason, and I knew deep down that he'd be back. No one in Maplewood had seen the man again, but there were always stories, always rumors, and every Christmas, just as the snow began to fall, I'd hear someone at the door. A knock, soft at first, then louder. "Ho, ho, ho." The voice would call out from behind the door, but when we opened it, there was nothing there, only the cold, and the echoes of that man's laughter. Story number 8. Reflections of the Forgotten. I still wake up in the dead of night, heart pounding, every time the snow begins to fall in our quiet town of Strasbourg. The memory of that December in 2009 is etched into my mind, a chilling reminder of how a simple purchase can unravel the very fabric of reality. My name is Isabel Martin, and what was meant to be a joyous holiday season for my husband, Thomas, our daughter, Leah, and me quickly descended into a nightmare we couldn't escape. It was early December, and the annual Christmas fair was in full swing at the heart of our town. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of roasted chestnuts and mulled wine, and the sounds of laughter and festive music created an atmosphere of pure magic. My family and I had always looked forward to this event, a time to gather, celebrate, and create cherished memories together. That year, however, something felt different. Perhaps it was the anticipation of our upcoming anniversary or the lingering sadness from Thomas's recent job loss. But an undercurrent of unease tugged at me throughout the day. Regardless, we decided to immerse ourselves in the festivities, eager to enjoy the season's warmth and joy. As we strolled through the fair, Leah's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of twinkling lights and colorful decorations. We visited every stall, indulging in sweet treats and marveling at the handcrafted ornaments. It was near dusk when Thomas spotted an antique booth tucked away in a quieter corner of the fair, its display filled with vintage items that seemed to whisper stories of the past. "Look at that," Thomas said, pointing to a collection of ornate mirrors. My curiosity was piqued as we approached the display, the soft glow of the lights reflecting off the glass surfaces. Among the assortment, one mirror stood out, a beautifully framed piece with intricate carvings depicting scenes of winter landscapes and festive gatherings. The glass was spotless, reflecting the fair's vibrant colors with perfect clarity. "She's stunning," I remarked, admiring the craftsmanship. "But there's something almost lifelike about her." The vendor, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, approached us. "Ah, you've got an eye for quality," she said, her voice soothing. "This mirror is special. It has a history of capturing not just reflections, but memories. Some say it shows more than meets the eye." Intrigued, Thomas negotiated a fair price, and soon, the mirror was ours. We decided it would be the perfect addition to our living room, a centerpiece that would add a touch of elegance to our holiday decorations. That evening, as we settled into our cozy home, I carefully placed the mirror above the fireplace, admiring how it perfectly complemented our decor. The room was filled with the soft glow of candlelight, the crackling fire casting dancing shadows on the walls. Leah was busy unwrapping her gifts, her laughter filling the space with joy. As night deepened, the house grew quiet, the only sounds being the gentle hum of the city outside and the occasional pop from the fireplace. Exhausted from the day's festivities, I decided to wind down with a cup of tea. Sitting by the mirror, I admired my reflection, the warm light highlighting my features as I gazed into the glass. But something felt off. The reflection staring back at me didn't quite match the reality. There was a shadowy figure standing just behind me, barely noticeable but undeniably present. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to see who or what was there. But the room remained empty, shaking off the eerie feeling. I attributed it to fatigue and returned my gaze to the mirror. Days passed, and life returned to its usual rhythm. Yet, the mirror seemed to hold a silent presence, a watchful eye that never truly left. It wasn't until the third night that the disturbances began in earnest. I awoke to the sound of soft, haunting laughter echoing through the house, blinking away the remnants of sleep. I sat up in bed, the moonlight streaming through the window casting ghostly patterns on the floor. The laughter grew louder, more distinct, and I realized it was emanating from the living room. Heart pounding, I cautiously made my way downstairs, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. There, in front of the mirror, stood a figure, a translucent, ethereal woman dressed in vintage winter attire, her face obscured by long, flowing hair. She turned towards me, her presence both sorrowful and menacing. "Remember me," she whispered, her voice like the rustling of leaves. "Don't forget." Terrified, I stumbled back, the flashlight slipping from my grasp and shattering on the floor. The room plunged into darkness, save for the flickering candlelight reflecting off the broken glass. The laughter continued, now mixed with the sound of soft sobbing, filling the air with a palpable sense of grief and anger. The next morning, I shared the ordeal with Thomas and Leah, but they dismissed it as a vivid nightmare or perhaps the residual effects of our long day at the fair. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Over the following days, the phenomena escalated. The mirror's reflections became increasingly distorted, showing scenes that never existed in our home. I would catch glimpses of strangers in the reflection, their faces twisted in anguish, or see rooms that didn't exist in reality. Objects moved on their own, doors opened and closed without explanation, and the laughter and crying became a constant presence, haunting our every moment. Desperate for answers, I reached out to the antique vendor, hoping she could shed some light on the mirror's mysterious origins. She listened intently to my story, her expression unreadable. "The mirror holds the memories of those who have been forgotten," she explained slowly. "It shows not just reflections, but the lingering emotions and unresolved spirits attached to it." Clara was a young woman who lost everything that fateful Christmas. Her sorrow and pain are trapped within the glass, seeking recognition and remembrance. Realization dawned on me. Clara's spirit was bound to our mirror, unable to move on until her memories were honored and acknowledged. Determined to help her find peace, I delved deeper into our family history, uncovering long-buried stories and forgotten connections. Through extensive research, I discovered that Clara Hartmann was an ancestor of ours, a young woman who had tragically died in a fire on Christmas Eve in 1920. Her family had been devastated by the loss, and the mirror had been a cherished keepsake, passed down through generations as a symbol of remembrance. But over time, the family's focus shifted, and Clara's memory faded, leaving her spirit trapped within the glass. Desperate for acknowledgement, armed with this knowledge, I knew what needed to be done. I organized a memorial in our home, inviting family members to join me in honoring Clara's memory. We gathered around the mirror, sharing stories of our ancestors, lighting candles, and placing photographs of Clara and her family on the mantelpiece. As we spoke, the atmosphere in the room shifted, the oppressive tension easing as the room filled with warmth and love. As the ritual concluded, Clara's spirit appeared once more, her form more serene than before. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now tinged with peace. "I can finally rest." The laughter and crying ceased, replaced by a gentle silence that enveloped our home. The mirror no longer held the haunting reflections, but instead showed the happy memories we had shared, a testament to the power of remembrance and the enduring bonds of family. That Christmas, we celebrated not just the holiday, but also the legacy of our ancestors, ensuring that Clara's memory would never fade again. The mirror became a cherished part of our home, a reminder of the importance of honoring the past and the spirits that linger in our lives. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and the memory of Clara's haunting presence serves as a poignant reminder of the thin line between joy and sorrow. Every holiday season, as we gather around the mirror, we celebrate the love and resilience of our family, ensuring that no spirit is ever truly forgotten. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the snow falls softly outside, I catch a fleeting glimpse of Clara's reflection, a gentle smile, a nod of gratitude. It serves as a comforting reminder that some memories transcend time, their echoes lingering in the places we hold dear. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of my family and the glow of holiday lights, I am grateful for the lessons learned from that chilling night. The mirror, once a source of fear, now stands as a symbol of our enduring love and the importance of remembering those who came before us. In honoring Clara's memory, we have not only freed her spirit but also strengthened the bonds that keep our family united through the ages. Story number 9. The Cold Hand. I still wake up in the dead of night, heart pounding, every time the memory of that Christmas fair in 2020 resurfaces. My name is Lucas Muller, and what was meant to be a joyous holiday outing with my mother became an experience that forever altered my perception of safety and reality. Living in the bustling city of Berlin, Christmas was always a time of wonder and excitement, especially for a 10-year-old boy like me. But that year, the festive cheer was overshadowed by a chilling encounter that left me haunted for years to come. It was late November when the annual Christmas fair, Weihnachtsmarkt, was set up in the heart of the city. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of mulled wine, roasted chestnuts, and gingerbread. Twinkling lights adorned every stall, and the sounds of carolers and laughter created an atmosphere of pure magic. My mother, Anna, had promised me an unforgettable Christmas experience. and I couldn't have been more excited. We had been planning this outing for weeks, marking the occasion with special gifts and shared memories. On a Saturday afternoon, my mother and I decided to visit the fair after school. I had just returned home from a long day of classes, eager to dive into the festive spirit. Anna had carefully selected gifts for everyone in the family, and I was thrilled to choose a new set of model airplanes to add to my collection. We arrived at the fair just as the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the stalls and the surrounding park. As we walked through the crowd, my eyes were drawn to the myriad of sights and sounds, the elaborate decorations, the enticing aromas, and the cheerful faces of fellow shoppers. My mother held my hand tightly, ensuring I stayed close in the sea of people. The excitement bubbled within me as we navigated through the throngs, stopping occasionally to admire the handcrafted ornaments and festive treats. We reached the central area of the fair, where a towering Christmas tree stood illuminated by thousands of lights. Children darted around, their faces lit up with joy as they visited Santa Claus, while vendors sold everything from handmade toys to steaming cups of glühwein. I was mesmerized by the vibrant displays, my heart swelling with happiness. "Look, Mama, the lights are amazing," I exclaimed, pointing towards the tree. Anna smiled, squeezing my hand gently. "Yes, it really is beautiful. Let's get some hot chocolate before we continue shopping." We made our way to a nearby stall, where a friendly vendor handed us each a steaming cup of cocoa topped with whipped cream. As I took a sip, savoring the rich, sweet flavor, I noticed something strange. A fleeting shadow in the corner of my eye. Turning my head, I saw nothing out of the ordinary, shaking it off as just another distraction in the busy fair. I took another sip of my drink. As we continued our exploration, the crowd thickened, making it harder to move freely. I felt a growing sense of unease, but Anna's reassuring presence kept my fears at bay. We stopped at a booth selling intricate snow globes, and I carefully selected one depicting a miniature winter village. The delicate craftsmanship fascinated me, and I couldn't wait to add it to my collection. After making our purchases, we decided to visit one of the many food stalls. The tempting aroma of bratwurst and freshly baked pretzels filled the air, making my stomach rumble with hunger. We ordered some sausages and settled down at a nearby bench, enjoying our meal as the fair continued to bustle around us. As I ate, I felt a sudden tug on my hand. Turning around, I saw an unfamiliar woman standing a few meters away, her red coat standing out brightly against the winter backdrop. She smiled warmly, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "Hello there, little one. Are you enjoying the fair?" I nodded, returning her smile. "Yes, it's amazing." She leaned in closer, her presence both comforting and slightly unnerving. "You know, sometimes the fair can show you things beyond your imagination. Always remember to stay close to your loved ones." Before I could respond, she turned and disappeared into the crowd, leaving me with a strange feeling that I couldn't quite shake off. Anna noticed my distracted expression and gave me a concerned look. "Everything okay, Lucas?" I hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, just thinking about that lady in the red coat." Anna followed my gaze but saw nothing unusual. "Maybe she was just someone passing by. Let's enjoy the rest of our evening." We continued our stroll through the fair, the earlier unease slowly dissipating as we immersed ourselves in the festive atmosphere. But as the night grew darker, the crowds thinned, and the once vibrant fair began to take on a more subdued, almost eerie quality. The lights from the stalls cast long shadows, and the laughter of children had faded into a distant echo. As we approached the entrance, the reality of leaving the enchanting fair settled in. We were about to head to the parking lot when I felt a cold sensation grip my hand. Startled, I looked down to see my mother's hand feeling unusually cold to the touch. "Mama," I whispered, sensing something was wrong. Anna looked back at me, confusion etched on her face. "What is it, Lucas?" Before I could respond, I felt another hand wrap around mine, cold, clammy, and foreign. Panic surged through me as I turned around, expecting to see my mother. But there was no one there. The crowd had thinned to almost nothing, and the area felt eerily quiet. "Mama, someone's holding my hand," I cried out, my voice trembling with fear. Anna rushed over, but when she reached out, there was no one. "Lucas, calm down. Maybe you're just scared." But the feeling of the cold hand lingered, and I knew it was something more. My heart raced as I glanced around, searching for any sign of the mysterious figure. Suddenly, the lights flickered, casting the parking lot into momentary darkness before returning to their bright glow. In that split second, I saw him, an old man dressed in black, standing just a few meters away, his eyes fixed intently on me. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to pull free, but his grip remained unyielding. Anna grabbed my shoulders, pulling me away. "Lucas, come with me." We hurried towards the entrance, but the old man in black moved with unnatural speed, keeping pace effortlessly. My mind raced with questions. Who was he? What did he want? The memory of the woman in the red coat resurfaced, but now it was overshadowed by this new, more sinister presence. As we reached the parking lot, the old man stopped abruptly, his gaze never wavering from mine. "You cannot escape your past," he whispered, his voice a raspy echo. "The memories you forget will haunt you forever." Before I could respond, he vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread. Anna looked at me, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you okay, Lucas?" I nodded, though my heart was still pounding. "I think so. But who was that man?" Anna shook her head, trying to reassure me. "I don't know, sweetie. Maybe it was someone who got lost or confused. Let's go home." We made our way to the car, the festive lights of the fair now seeming distant and insignificant. As we drove away, the image of the old man in black lingered in my mind, his words echoing with a haunting truth. "The memories you forget will haunt you forever." That night, sleep was elusive. I lay in bed, the old man's words swirling in my mind, a constant reminder that the past had a way of resurfacing when least expected. The feeling of coldness and the sensation of being watched never left me, casting a shadow over the holiday season. In the weeks that followed, I became obsessed with understanding the meaning behind the old man's message. I researched the history of the Weihnachtsmarkt, uncovering stories of past tragedies and forgotten memories that lingered in the shadows of the festive fair. One particular story stood out, a tale of a family who had lost their child in a car accident near the very parking lot we had visited. The child, a 10-year-old girl named Clara, had been playing in the fair when the accident occurred, her laughter silenced forever. The story mirrored my own experience, the date of the accident aligning eerily with the year I had encountered the old man in black. It became clear that Clara's spirit was bound to the fair, her presence seeking recognition and remembrance. The old man in black was a manifestation of her grief and the unresolved pain that kept her tethered to the mortal world. Determined to help Clara find peace, I decided to return to the fair the following Christmas season. I couldn't shake the feeling that honoring her memory was the key to lifting the haunting that had plagued me. Armed with knowledge and a sense of purpose, I planned a special memorial to pay tribute to Clara and release her spirit from her eternal vigil. As December approached, I enlisted the help of Anna and some close friends, organizing a small ceremony at the same parking lot where I had first encountered the old man in black. We gathered photographs, lit candles, and shared stories of Clara's life, ensuring that her memory was honored and celebrated. On Christmas Eve, we returned to the parking lot, the area now adorned with simple decorations and the soft glow of candlelight. The air was still cold, but the atmosphere was filled with a sense of hope and remembrance. As we began the ceremony, I felt a familiar chill, but this time, it wasn't one of fear. It was the presence of a restless spirit seeking closure. As we shared stories and lit the candles, the festive lights of the fair cast long shadows, and the air was thick with emotion. I spoke about Clara, her laughter, and the joy she brought to those around her. Tears welled up in my eyes as I recounted the tragedy that had taken her life, ensuring that her story was not forgotten. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew warmer, the oppressive tension lifting as if Clara's spirit was responding to our tribute. The flickering candlelight seemed to dance more gracefully, and the sounds of the fair felt distant, replaced by a serene silence. I glanced around, searching for any sign of her presence. And then, I saw her, Clara Hartley, her spirit shimmering in the soft glow of the candles. Her eyes filled with gratitude and peace. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now gentle and soothing. "I can finally rest." A sense of profound relief washed over me as Clara's apparition faded, leaving behind a serene stillness. The haunting presence that had once overshadowed our lives was gone, replaced by a comforting sense of closure. Anna hugged me tightly, her eyes reflecting the same sense of peace that now filled the air. As we made our way home, the memories of that haunting encounter began to fade, replaced by the warmth of family and the joy of the holiday season. The fair, once a place of fear and unease, had transformed into a symbol of remembrance and the enduring power of love and compassion. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and the memory of Clara Hartley remains a poignant reminder of the thin line between joy and sorrow. Every holiday season, as I walk through the Weihnachtsmarkt with my own children, I make sure to honor Clara's memory, sharing her story and ensuring that her spirit is never forgotten. The old man in black no longer appears, his presence a thing of the past, replaced by the joyful laughter of new generations experiencing the magic of Christmas. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the snow blankets the city in silence, I catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure in the corner of my eye, a silent nod of gratitude from a spirit finally at peace. It serves as a comforting reminder that some memories transcend time, their echoes lingering in the places we hold dear. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of my family and the glow of holiday lights, I hold on to the lessons learned from that chilling encounter. The joy of the season is fragile, easily overshadowed by the darkness that can linger in forgotten memories. But with love, understanding, and the power of remembrance, we can honor the past and ensure that no spirit remains lost or forgotten. In the end, the cold hand that once sent me spiraling into fear became a symbol of the enduring bonds that connect us to those we've lost. Clara's story is now a cherished part of our family's Christmas tradition, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the unbreakable power of love and memory. And as the snow falls softly outside, I am grateful for the peace that now fills our lives, knowing that some spirits find their rest when remembered with compassion and love. Story number 10. The Eternal Shopper. I still remember the chill in the air that December evening in 1995. The way the snowflakes danced under the harsh glow of the New York City lights. It was Christmas time, a season of joy and festivity. But at the old Lexington department store, an unsettling presence lingered beneath the glittering decorations and bustling shoppers. My name is Michael Thompson, and I was just a junior manager at Lexington, a sprawling behemoth that had stood on Fifth Avenue since the early 1900s. Little did I know, that year would mark the beginning of a haunting that would forever change my perception of the holiday season. Lexington was a place of dreams, where fashionistas sought the latest trends, families found gifts for their loved ones, and solitary shoppers wandered the endless aisles in search of something special. The store was a labyrinth of departments, each floor meticulously decorated with themed displays that captured the spirit of Christmas. From the shimmering lights of the electronics section to the cozy warmth of the home furnishings, Lexington was a microcosm of the city's vibrant energy. But amidst the holiday cheer, there was a recurring anomaly that employees whispered about in hushed tones. A woman in a red coat who seemed to defy the rules of reality. She appeared during the Christmas season each year, wandering the store's expansive corridors with an air of melancholic purpose. Her coat was always a striking shade of crimson, contrasting sharply with the snowy white of the holiday decor. She never made a purchase, never spoke a word, and most unnervingly, she vanished the moment anyone attempted to engage with her. As a manager, I prided myself on maintaining order and ensuring that every customer received impeccable service. So when the mysterious shopper became a topic of conversation among the staff, I decided to investigate. I recalled the first time I saw her, an elderly woman with silver hair neatly tucked beneath her red hat, her eyes fixed on the window displays as if searching for something lost. One particular evening, as the store was preparing to close, I noticed her again. She stood near the children's section, her gaze unwavering as she watched the last of the shoppers leave. Intrigued, I approached her, hoping to offer assistance or at least a friendly greeting. "Good evening, ma'am. Is there something I can help you find?" I asked, flashing my most professional smile. She turned slowly to face me, her eyes hollow yet filled with an inexplicable sorrow. "I'm just looking," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of the closing day. Before I could respond, she turned back to the display window, her figure blending seamlessly with the festive backdrop. I felt a shiver run down my spine, an unexplainable sense of unease settling in my chest. Shaking off the feeling, I returned to my duties, but the encounter left me restless. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into the store's archives, searching for any mention of a woman fitting her description. After hours of research, I stumbled upon a newspaper clipping from 1972, an article detailing a tragic accident outside Lexington. It spoke of a young woman named Eleanor Hartley, a regular customer who had perished in a car crash just steps away from the store during a holiday sale. Eleanor was known for her vibrant red coat, the very same one that seemed to haunt the store each Christmas. The article painted a picture of Eleanor as a joyful woman, beloved by friends and family, whose sudden death had left the community in mourning. Her memory lived on through annual commemorations, but nothing hinted at the supernatural presence that now tormented Lexington. Armed with this knowledge, I approached the store's longtime security guard, Mr. Jenkins, hoping he could provide more insight. Mr. Jenkins was a stoic man in his 60s, with a wealth of knowledge about the store's history. "Yes, Eleanor Hartley," he said thoughtfully, adjusting his uniform. "She was a regular during the holidays, always impeccably dressed, always cheerful. Her death was a shock to all of us. We held a memorial every year, but after a while, people moved on. Do you ever see her around the store?" I asked, my voice tinged with curiosity. Mr. Jenkins paused, his expression clouding with memory. "Sometimes, yes, especially around Christmas. She never bought anything, but she would always stand near the window, watching the decorations. When someone tried to talk to her, she'd disappear like a shadow in the night." The hair on the back of my neck stood up as the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together. Eleanor Hartley's spirit was bound to the store, her presence a lingering echo of her untimely death. Determined to help her find peace, I decided to organize a special memorial during the holiday season, hoping that honoring her memory might release her from her spectral loop. As Christmas approached, the store transformed into a winter wonderland. Lights twinkled from every corner, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and cinnamon. I worked tirelessly, coordinating with my team to create a beautiful tribute to Eleanor. We set up a dedicated section near the entrance, adorned with photos, flowers, and a heartfelt plaque commemorating her life. On the night of the memorial, the store was quieter than usual, the usual hustle subdued as shoppers prepared for the festivities. As the clock struck 6, we gathered around the tribute, lighting candles and sharing stories of Eleanor's kindness and vibrant spirit. The moment was solemn yet filled with love, a collective effort to honor a soul lost too soon. As we concluded the ceremony, the atmosphere shifted, the air seemed to lighten, the oppressive tension lifting as if Eleanor's spirit was finally at rest. I breathed a sigh of relief, believing that our efforts had succeeded in breaking the cycle of her haunting presence. But our peace was short-lived. The following Christmas season, As I walked through the store, I felt a familiar sense of unease. The decorations were in full swing, the store alive with the usual holiday energy. And there she was, the woman in the red coat, wandering the store's corridors with her melancholic gaze fixed on the displays. My heart sank as I realized that our memorial had not been enough to free her spirit. Determined to find another solution, I sought out the help of a local medium, Madame Sato, renowned for her ability to communicate with restless spirits. Her presence was calming yet authoritative, and she agreed to assist us in breaking the haunting. We arranged a séance in the memorial section, the space now serving as a bridge between the living and the dead. As Madame Sato began her incantations, the room grew heavy with energy, the air thick with anticipation. The candles flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. "Spirits of the departed," Madame Sato intoned, her voice steady and resonant. "We seek peace and understanding. If there is a presence among us, please reveal yourself." The temperature dropped abruptly, the candles extinguishing with a force that left the room plunged into darkness. A cold breeze swept through the space, and the sound of soft sobbing filled the air. My heart raced as I caught sight of Eleanor's apparition, her form more defined than ever, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Why won't you let me go?" she cried, her voice echoing with anguish. "I am forgotten." Tears welled up in my eyes as I stepped forward, reaching out to her ethereal form. "Eleanor, we remember you. We honor your memory. Please, let us help you find peace." She looked at me, her expression softening slightly. "I cannot move on until my story is told, until my memory is cherished. Help me remember." Determined to fulfill her request, I knew that simply organizing a memorial was not enough. We needed to ensure that Eleanor Hartley's legacy lived on, that her story was shared and remembered by those who visited Lexington. Over the next few weeks, I worked closely with Madame Sato to document Eleanor's life. We gathered old photographs, interviewed longtime employees who had known her, and compiled stories that painted a vivid picture of the woman she was. The store's website was updated with a dedicated section honoring Eleanor, and we placed informational plaques throughout the store to educate shoppers about her life and the tragedy that befell her. As we worked, the hauntings began to diminish. The woman in the red coat became less frequent, her presence waning as Eleanor's story was brought to light. It was as if acknowledging her existence and celebrating her life had begun to lift the curse that bound her to the store. On the following Christmas Eve, the store was once again transformed into a festive wonderland. As we gathered for our annual celebration, I noticed her presence one last time. The woman in the red coat stood near the window, her gaze serene rather than sorrowful. I approached her gently, a sense of peace washing over me. "Eleanor," I whispered, "we remember you. Your story lives on." She turned to me, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Thank you," she whispered, her form beginning to fade. "I can finally rest." As her apparition vanished, the store filled with a warm, comforting light. The oppressive tension that had once plagued Lexington lifted completely, leaving behind a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. I knew then that Eleanor Hartley's spirit had found the peace it had long sought, her memory forever etched into the heart of the store. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and Lexington Department Store remains a beloved landmark in our community. The story of Eleanor Hartley is now an integral part of its history, a testament to the power of remembrance and the enduring bonds of memory. Each year, as the holiday season approaches, we honor her legacy with renewed vigor, ensuring that her story is never forgotten. Sometimes, late at night, when the store is quiet and the lights dimmed, I catch a glimpse of a red coat slipping through the shadows, a fleeting reminder of the woman who once roamed our aisles in search of peace. It serves as a comforting echo, a testament to the lives we touch and the memories we cherish. And as I sit in my office each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of the season and the smiles of satisfied shoppers, I hold on to the lessons learned from Eleanor's haunting presence. The magic of the holidays is fragile, easily disrupted by the echoes of the past. But with love, understanding, and the power of remembrance, we can transform fear into peace, ensuring that no spirit remains forgotten. Story number 11. The laughter that echoed. I still wake up in a cold sweat every time I pass by that old toy store in Shibuya, Tokyo. The memory of that night in 2018 haunts me, a chilling reminder of how quickly joy can turn into terror. My name is Aiko Tanaka, and what was meant to be a festive holiday shopping trip for my daughter, Yuki, became an ordeal that forever altered my perception of safety and reality. It was early December, the air crisp with the promise of winter. Our home was bustling with preparations for Christmas, a tradition we had embraced wholeheartedly despite it not being a traditional Japanese holiday. Yuki, my 7-year-old, was ecstatic about the decorations, her laughter filling our small apartment with warmth and life. I reveled in her happiness, finding solace in the simple joys of motherhood amidst the demands of my job as a graphic designer. One Saturday afternoon, Yuki and I decided to visit the newly opened toy store in Shibuya, a place renowned for its eclectic collection of toys from around the world. The store was a vibrant explosion of colors and sounds, with shelves stacked high with everything from plush animals to intricate model kits. Yuki's eyes sparkled with excitement as she darted from one display to another, her enthusiasm infectious. As we wandered through the aisles, I couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The store reminded me of my own childhood visits, the same sense of wonder and anticipation. It was a beautiful place, yet there was something about it that felt slightly off, an underlying tension that I couldn't quite put my finger on. We reached the back of the store, where an old-fashioned display caught Yuki's attention, a collection of vintage toys, each with its own unique charm. Among them was a small, worn plastic clown, its colors faded but still vibrant. Yuki picked it up, her fingers tracing the intricate details of its painted face. "Look, Mommy, it's so cute," she exclaimed, holding the clown up to her face. I smiled, watching her delight. "It is adorable, isn't it? Maybe we can get it for your collection." Just as I reached out to take the clown from her, a sudden, eerie sound cut through the cheerful atmosphere, a high-pitched, maniacal laughter that seemed to echo from the far corner of the store. My heart skipped a beat, and I turned to locate the source. The laughter grew louder, more distinct, sending a chill down my spine. The corner was empty. The shelves there were filled with nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, the sound persisted, bouncing off the walls and enveloping us in its unsettling presence. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Yuki nodded, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity and a hint of fear. "It's the clown, Mommy. He's laughing at us." I tried to rationalize the situation, assuming it was some sort of prank or a malfunction in the store's sound system. But the laughter felt too real, too personal. "Let's go check it out," I suggested, taking Yuki's hand firmly. We approached the corner where the sound had originated, the laughter now fading but leaving behind an unsettling silence. As we reached the spot, the clown lay on the shelf as before, but now its eyes seemed to glimmer with an unnatural light, almost as if they were watching us. I picked up the clown again, feeling an inexplicable pull to examine it more closely. Suddenly, the room plunged into darkness as the lights flickered and went out, leaving us in complete blackness. My breath quickened, and Yuki clung to me, her small body trembling with fear. "Mommy, what's happening?" she whispered, her voice quivering. Before I could respond, the lights snapped back on, revealing the store just as it was before. But something had changed. The cheerful decorations now seemed sinister, the shadows deep and threatening. I glanced down at the clown, and to my horror, its smile had twisted into a grotesque grin, the painted eyes now burning with malevolence. "We need to leave," I said urgently, pulling Yuki towards the exit. But as we turned, the store seemed to warp around us, aisles stretching impossibly long, shelves closing in. The laughter returned, louder and more mocking, as if taunting us. Panicked, I tried to find the way out. But the store was no longer the welcoming place it had been. It had become a labyrinth of darkness and fear, each step taking us deeper into its haunted depths. Yuki's grip on my hand tightened, her eyes pleading for reassurance that I couldn't provide. As we stumbled through the distorted store, the clown appeared at every turn, its laughter echoing in my ears, driving me to the brink of madness. The walls seemed to close in, the air growing thick with an oppressive energy that drained the warmth from our bodies. I could feel the weight of the clown's curse pressing down on us, a malevolent force determined to keep us trapped. Desperate to escape, I reached for the door, but it wouldn't budge. The handle stuck as if held by an invisible hand. The clown loomed before us, its eyes boring into mine with an intensity that felt like physical pain. "Next time, I will come to your house," it whispered, the words dripping with malice. I recoiled, tears welling up in my eyes as I realized the true nature of the doll. It wasn't just a toy. It was a vessel for a vengeful spirit, bound by a curse that sought to bring harm and fear to those who possessed it. The laughter intensified, surrounding us in a cacophony of despair. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed Yuki and pulled her away from the clown, running towards the front of the store. The aisles blurred around us, the store morphing into a nightmarish maze of shadows and echoes. My mind raced, trying to find a way to break the curse and free ourselves from the clown's sinister grip. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced the darkness, and the store snapped back to its original state. The cheerful decorations were back, the shelves neatly arranged, and the clown lay innocently on its shelf, its eyes now dull and lifeless. The oppressive energy lifted, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. Breathing heavily, I clutched Yuki to my chest, our hearts pounding in unison. "Let's go home," I whispered, not daring to look back. We hurried out of the store, the night air cold against our flushed faces. As we walked to the parking lot, the festive lights twinkling above us felt like a comforting embrace, shielding us from the lingering darkness. Once in the car, I tried to process what had happened. "What was that thing?" Yuki asked, her voice trembling. I sighed, brushing a tear from her cheek. "It was a cursed doll, sweetheart. We were lucky to get away when we did." We drove home in silence. The memory of the clown's twisted smile and the haunting laughter seared into my mind. That night, as I tucked Yuki into bed, I made a silent vow to protect her from the darkness that had almost consumed us. In the days that followed, we returned the clown to the toy store, hoping to sever the connection and end the curse once and for all. But when we arrived, the store was closed, its windows dark and empty. A sense of dread settled over me as I realized that the doll was already claiming its next victim. This curse far from over. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, but the memory of the haunted doll still lingers, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the festive cheer and the darkness that lurks beneath. Every holiday season, I'm reminded to be vigilant, knowing that the shadows of the past can reach out and disrupt even the brightest of celebrations. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the snow falls softly outside, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure in the corner of my eye, a haunting echo of the laughter that once terrorized us. It serves as a reminder that some curses are never truly broken, and that the past has a way of finding its way into the present, seeking vengeance and remembrance. And so, as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of my family and the glow of holiday lights, I hold onto the lessons learned from that night. The joy of the season is fragile, easily shattered by the darkness that lies just out of sight. But with love, courage, and the strength of family bonds, I know that we can face whatever shadows come our way, ensuring that our memories of peace and happiness always prevail over the echoes of fear. Story number 12. The shadow in the mall. I still feel the lingering chill every time I walk past that Chicago mall, especially during the holiday season. The memory of that December afternoon in 2016 haunts me, a stark reminder of how quickly a day of joy can spiral into a nightmare. My name is Rachel Thompson, and what began as a routine shopping trip turned into an ordeal that forever changed my perception of safety in crowded places. It was a brisk Saturday afternoon, the kind where the winter air bites just enough to make you appreciate the warmth inside. The downtown Chicago mall was bustling with holiday shoppers, the aroma of roasted chestnuts and hot cocoa filling the air. I was there to pick up some last-minute gifts for my family's socks, scarves, and a few trinkets that always found their way into their hearts. With my list in hand and a spring in my step, I navigated the maze of stores, weaving through throngs of people animatedly discussing their plans and purchases. As I moved from one store to another, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. At first, it was just a fleeting glance, a shadow at the edge of my vision. I dismissed it as the typical paranoia that comes with crowded places, especially during the holidays when everyone is a little more anxious than usual. But as the minutes ticked by, the sense of being followed intensified. I glanced over my shoulder, my heart quickening as I caught sight of a man I didn't recognize. He was tall, with a gaunt face and piercing eyes that seemed to bore into my very soul. His attire was nondescript: dark jeans, a plain gray sweater, and a black coat that hung loosely around his frame. There was something unsettling about him, an aura of menace that made my skin crawl. I tried to rationalize his presence. Perhaps he was a security guard or an employee of one of the stores. But his lack of engagement with anyone else, his fixed gaze that never wavered, told me otherwise, quickened my pace, moving more briskly towards the next store. But every time I looked back, he was still there, always just out of reach, always following. Panic began to set in. I decided to change my route, taking a different corridor to see if he would lose interest. But no matter where I went, he was there, always a few steps behind, never too far away. My mind raced with possibilities. Was he a stalker? Someone with a vendetta against me? The more I thought about it, the more my fear escalated. Desperate to escape, I darted into a nearby store, hoping to lose him in the crowded aisles. The shop was filled with people, their voices a comforting hum that contrasted sharply with my growing anxiety. I moved through the store, searching for any sign of the man, but he was nowhere to be seen. My heart still pounded in my chest, the adrenaline surging through my veins, making it hard to breathe. I reached the restroom, the sanctuary I hoped would offer some respite. Slamming the door shut behind me, I pressed my back against it, trying to steady my racing heart. For a moment, I thought I was safe, but as I reached for the doorknob, the lights flickered, casting long, eerie shadows across the room. The soft hum of the mall outside seemed to fade, replaced by an oppressive silence. A sudden noise made me jump, a faint tapping sound, like fingers drumming on the door. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The sound grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the small space. I glanced around, eyes wide with fear, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. The taps continued, relentless and unnerving, as if someone was trying to communicate something important, summoning every ounce of courage. I placed my hand on the door, trying to listen more closely. The tapping shifted rhythm, forming a pattern that felt almost deliberate. My mind raced to interpret the sounds, but they remained cryptic, like a Morse code of fear. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but the sense of dread only deepened. The door handle began to turn slowly, the movement so gradual that it felt like an eternity had passed. My heart raced as the door creaked open, revealing the man standing just outside. His expression was blank, his eyes devoid of any emotion, yet filled with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. Before I could react, he stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a finality that left no room for escape. The lights dimmed, casting the room into semi-darkness. He moved towards me with a deliberate, almost predatory grace, his presence suffocating. I wanted to scream, to call out for help, but my voice was trapped in my throat. "Why are you following me?" I managed to whisper, my voice trembling. He stopped just inches away, his face inches from mine. His breath was cold against my skin, his eyes boring into mine with an intensity that felt almost supernatural. "You shouldn't have ignored the past," he murmured, his voice low and haunting. Confusion clouded my fear. "What do you mean? Who are you?" He raised his hand, pointing towards a mirror across the room. "Look behind you." Terror surged through me as I turned to glance at the mirror. There, reflected in the glass, was the image of my mother, her face contorted in pain, as pleading for help. My heart stopped. Couldn't be. My mother had passed away 10 years ago, a car accident that left our family shattered and grieving. "Mom!" I cried out, tears welling in my eyes. "No, you're not real." The man shook his head slowly, a sad smile playing on his lips. "She's real, and so am I. We're here because you've forgotten us." Desperation clawed at me as I tried to comprehend his words. "Forgotten? What do you want from me?" He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. "Remember us. Honor our memories. Only then can we find peace." Before I could respond, the man began to fade, his form dissolving into the shadows of the room. "Don't forget," his voice echoed, now distant and fading. The lights flickered back to full brightness, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted, leaving me trembling and alone in the restroom. I backed away from the door, my mind reeling from the encounter. I tried to steady my breathing, but the fear and confusion were almost too much to bear. Gathering my courage, I left the restroom, making my way back through the mall with the same frantic pace as before. Every step felt heavy, the weight of my emotions pressing down on me. The crowds that once felt comforting now seemed like a maze of faces, each one potentially hiding another threat. I reached the information desk, breathless and desperate for help. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. Someone's following me." And I saw my mother in the mirror. The attendant looked at me with concern. "Take a deep breath, miss. Maybe you're just stressed from the holiday rush. Let me call security for you." As I waited for security to arrive, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The mall was still bustling, people oblivious to my terror, but I felt an invisible presence closing in around me. The memories of my mother's passing had resurfaced in a way I had never imagined, intertwined with this inexplicable haunting. When security finally arrived, I recounted the events to them, my voice barely steady. They listened intently, then began to search the mall, their presence offering a semblance of safety. We waited near the information desk, the noise and activity of the mall a stark contrast to the fear that still lingered within me. Minutes felt like hours, but eventually, the guards returned, informing me that they had found no evidence of a man matching my description. "Maybe it was just your imagination," one of them suggested gently. "We understand it must have been scary." I nodded, though the encounter left me deeply shaken. As I left the mall, the cold night air felt refreshing against my skin, but the shadows of my experience lingered. I made my way home, the festive lights now feeling like a facade hiding unseen terrors. That night, couldn't sleep, the haunting melody of the music box still echoing in my mind. I realized that the man was more than just a stalker. He was a conduit for the spirits of my past, desperate to be remembered and honored. My mother's death had left a void, and in my subconscious, I had neglected the memories that kept her spirit at peace. Determined to make amends, I began to reconnect with my family's history. I visited my grandmother's old house, now converted into a museum, and spent hours poring over photographs and old letters. I sought to honor my mother's memory by preserving the stories and memories that made her who she was. Slowly, the haunting presence began to fade, the nightmares less frequent as I embraced the past rather than ignoring it. The experience taught me the importance of remembrance and the invisible bonds that tie us to those we've lost. Every Christmas since, I make a conscious effort to honor my mother's memory, sharing stories and cherishing the traditions she loved. The fear that once gripped me has transformed into a deep sense of connection and peace, ensuring that her spirit remains a cherished part of my life. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the snow blankets the city in silence, I catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure in my peripheral vision, a reminder that the past never truly fades, and that remembering those we love is the key to keeping their spirits at rest. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of family and the glow of holiday lights, I hold the memory of that night close, grateful for the lessons learned and the enduring power of love and remembrance that transcends even the darkest of fears. Story number 13. The Stalker in the Shadows. I still remember that chilly December evening in 2013 like it was yesterday, despite the years that have passed since. Living in Melbourne, Australia, the holiday season was always a time of joy and togetherness for my family. That year, however, a simple shopping trip turned into a nightmarish ordeal that forever changed my perception of safety and reality. It was a typical Saturday afternoon, and the South Wharf shopping center was bustling with activity. My wife, Laura, and I had spent the day picking out gifts for our children, Emma, aged 8, and Jake, who was just 6. The mall was adorned with festive decorations, twinkling lights, and the scent of freshly baked cookies wafting from the food court. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the laughter of children and the hum of holiday cheer. After hours of shopping, we finally decided to head home, laden with bags of presents and holiday treats. We made our way to the exit, the excitement of the season still coursing through our veins. The parking lot was a sprawling expanse of concrete, illuminated by the soft glow of overhead lights. As we walked towards our car, the crisp night air bit at our cheeks, a stark contrast to the warm, crowded mall we had just left. As we approached the rows of parked cars, I felt a sudden unease wash over me. It was subtle at first, a fleeting shadow in the corner of my eye, a barely audible rustling behind us. I glanced over my shoulder, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just my imagination, I reassured myself, though the sensation of being watched lingered. We reached our car, a modest sedan parked near the far end of the lot. I unlocked the doors, and as Laura placed the last bag in the trunk, a sense of relief settled over us. But that relief was short-lived. As I climbed into the driver's seat, I heard it, a soft, deliberate sound of footsteps echoing in the distance. My heart skipped a beat, and I turned around to locate the source. The parking lot was empty, the only movement the occasional car passing by on the main road. Probably just someone finishing their shopping, I muttered, trying to calm my racing pulse. But the footsteps persisted, growing louder and more insistent. I glanced back, my breath catching in my throat as I saw a figure standing a few meters away, partially obscured by the shadows. It was a man dressed entirely in black, his presence stark against the bright parking lot. His eyes were fixed on me, unblinking and devoid of emotion. He stood perfectly still, as if carved from the darkness itself. "Is everything okay?" Laura asked, sensing my unease. I shook my head slowly, unable to find the words. The man in black remained motionless, his gaze piercing through the rearview mirror. I'm not sure," I stammered, my mind struggling to process the surreal sight. Before Laura could respond, the man began to walk towards us, his movements slow and deliberate. Panic surged through me as I realized there was no one else in sight, no indication of where he had come from or why he was fixated on me. I reached for the keys, desperate to start the car and leave, but my hands felt numb, as if the very act of reaching out was futile. The man stopped a few feet away, still staring at me with those unnerving eyes. "Return what is mine," he whispered, his voice a haunting echo that sent shivers down my spine. "Return what?" I managed to croak, my voice barely audible. The man in black took a step closer, and the air around us seemed to grow colder, the festive lights casting long, eerie shadows that danced around him. "The gift," he replied, his tone filled with a sorrow that contrasted sharply with his sinister appearance. Confusion and fear warred within me. What gift? What are you talking about? Before I could react, the man vanished into thin air, leaving behind an oppressive silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. I sat frozen, the memory of his piercing gaze etched into my mind. Laura reached out, her hand gently touching my shoulder. Are you okay? I nodded slowly, though my heart was still pounding in my chest. I think so. Maybe it was just someone having a bad day. We both climbed into the car, the weight of the encounter pressing heavily on us. As I turned the key in the ignition, the engine roared to life, and we sped away from the parking lot, the image of the man in black lingering like a dark cloud over our heads. The drive home was tense, the festive lights passing by in a blur as we sat in silence. My mind raced with questions. Who was that man? Why was he after me? And what gift did he want me to return? The more I thought about it, the more the questions multiplied, each one deeper and more unsettling than the last. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay in bed, the image of the man in black haunting my thoughts. I tried to shake off the fear, convincing myself it was a random encounter, perhaps a disturbed individual with nothing but dark intentions. But the sense of being watched never left me, a lingering paranoia that made every creak and rustle in our quiet home feel menacing. The following day, I decided to dig deeper into the mysterious encounter. I reached out to friends and colleagues, hoping someone might have seen something similar or could shed light on the man's identity. But no one could provide any answers, leaving me to grapple with the inexplicable nature of the event on my own. Determined to find some closure, I revisited the parking lot later that week, hoping to confront the man or at least understand his intentions. The area was quieter now, the holiday rush having subsided. I parked my car and began to walk through the lot, my senses heightened, every shadow a potential threat. As I made my way to a familiar row of cars, a chill ran down my spine. The parking lot felt different, more oppressive, as if the very air was charged with an unseen presence. I heard the faint sound of footsteps behind me and turned around. But once again, there was no one there. Who are you? I called out, my voice echoing in the empty space. What do you want from me? The response was immediate, a whisper carried on the wind, barely audible yet unmistakable. Return the gift. The words sent a shiver through me, and I felt a sudden urge to flee. But something held me in place, an invisible force compelling me to find out the truth. I began to search the parking lot, retracing my steps from that fateful night, hoping to uncover any clues that might explain the man's presence. As I moved closer to the center of the lot, I noticed something unusual, a faint, old-fashioned lamp post partially obscured by a row of trees. It looked out of place amidst the modern surroundings, its antique design suggesting it had been there for decades. My heart pounded as I approached, drawn by an inexplicable need to uncover the secrets hidden in that dimly lit corner. Standing beneath the lamppost, I felt the temperature drop further, the air growing thick with a sense of foreboding. The light flickered overhead, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed to writhe and twist in the darkness. I reached out to touch the cold metal of the lamp, hoping for some connection, some sign that would explain the haunting presence of the man in black. Suddenly, the ground beneath me seemed to shift, and I felt myself being pulled into a vortex of swirling shadows and whispers. The world around me dissolved, and I found myself standing in a desolate, abandoned parking garage, a place forgotten by time, with broken concrete pillars and graffiti-covered walls. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant sound of dripping water. Return the gift. The whisper echoed once more urgent and desperate than before. I turned to see the man in black standing a few meters away, his presence now even more menacing. His eyes bore into mine, and I felt a connection, a link between our worlds that transcended time and space. What gift? I demanded, my voice wavering. He extended his hand, revealing a small, Ornate box, the exact same box from that Christmas night. The one that now seemed to pulsate with dark energy. You took it from me. It holds my memories, my essence. You must return it. Confusion and fear battled within me. I didn't take anything. I never saw the box before. The man in black shook his head slowly. You have something that belongs to me. Without it, my memories fade, and my spirit cannot rest. I reached out, my hand trembling as I tried to grasp the truth of his words. I don't understand. What does this have to do with me? He stepped closer, the shadows around him deepening. The box was lost decades ago, taken by a thief who sought to erase the past. It holds the essence of who I was, the memories that define me. Without it, I am nothing but a shadow, forever lost in the void of forgotten memories. Realization dawned on me. I had unwittingly become entwined in a supernatural struggle between past and present, memory and oblivion. What can I do to help you? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He handed me the box, his fingers cold and spectral against mine. Bring it back to its rightful place. Restore my memories, and set me free. Determined to resolve the haunting, I accepted the box, feeling the weight of his sorrow and desperation. As I held it, visions of his past flooded my mind, moments of joy, love, and the tragedy that had bound his spirit to this realm. I understood then that the man in black was more than a mere apparition. He was a tortured soul, yearning for remembrance and closure. With renewed resolve, I knew what I had to do. Story number 14. Whispers of the Forgotten. I still wake up in a cold sweat every time the snow begins to fall in Texas. The memory of that Christmas fair in 2016 forever etched into my mind. My name is Emily Carter, and what was supposed to be a joyous holiday season for my husband, Mark, and me quickly spiraled into a nightmare we couldn't escape. It was a crisp December evening when Mark and I decided to visit the annual Christmas fair held at the local community center. The air was filled with the scent of roasted chestnuts and mulled wine, and the sounds of laughter and festive music created a warm, inviting atmosphere despite the chill outside. Mark had been excited to find unique decorations and gifts, something different from the usual store-bought trinkets. Little did we know, our visit would change our lives forever. As we wandered through the bustling stalls, Mark's eyes caught sight of an antique booth adorned with vintage ornaments and nostalgic memorabilia. Intrigued, he pulled me closer to browse the assortment. Amidst the clutter, a small display caught my attention, a collection of antique dolls, each with its own unique charm. But one doll, in particular, stood out. It was an exquisite porcelain figure, dressed in a Victorian-style gown with intricate lace detailing. Her eyes, large and glassy, seemed to hold a depth of emotion that was almost unsettling. Mark noticed my fascination and gestured toward the doll. Isn't she beautiful? She's perfect for our mantle. The vendor, an elderly woman with kind eyes, approached us. Ah, you've got a good eye, she said, her voice gentle. That doll is special. She carries with her the memories of sadness and loss. She's said to protect those who truly need it. Mark glanced at me, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Protect us from what? The woman smiled knowingly. From the forgotten and the lost. She keeps their memories alive, ensuring they're never truly gone. Despite the eerie undertone, Mark was convinced. We'll take her, he declared, already reaching for his wallet. I felt a shiver run down my spine but shrugged it off as excitement. The vendor wrapped the doll carefully, and we left the fair with our new acquisition, unaware of the darkness that would soon unfold. That night, we placed the doll on our mantle, right above the fireplace where it could watch over us. Its presence added a touch of vintage elegance to our living room, and for a while, everything seemed normal. But as the days passed, subtle changes began to occur. It started with faint whispers in the dead of night. At first, I dismissed them as the house settling or the wind outside. But the whispers grew louder and more distinct. They seemed to emanate from the doll itself, her porcelain lips moving in silent agony. "Remember me," the whispers would say, sending chills through my body. Mark and I tried to ignore it, convincing ourselves that the old house was just playing tricks on us. But the disturbances escalated. Objects moved on their own. Doors slammed shut without warning. And the temperature in the room would drop dramatically, leaving us shivering even in the warmest clothes. One particularly cold night, unable to sleep, I decided to confront the source of the whispers. I sat beside the doll, staring into her glassy eyes, hoping to understand what she wanted. "What do you need from us?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The room grew colder, and the whispers intensified, transforming into mournful cries. "Return what is mine," they pleaded, echoing through the room like a broken melody. Terrified, I turned to Mark, who had been watching me with concern. "We need to get rid of her," I insisted. "She's bringing nothing but pain." Mark nodded, though he looked equally frightened. "Let's try to move her to another room. Maybe that'll help." We carefully lifted the doll and carried her to the guest bedroom, hoping a change of scenery would alleviate the disturbances. But that night, as soon as we settled into our beds, the doll returned to the mantel. As if guided by an unseen force, the whispers resumed, more desperate than ever. "Remember me," they cried, followed by the chilling command, "Return what is mine." Desperation mounting, we decided to seek help. I reached out to a local medium, hoping she could provide some insight into the haunting. Her name was Madame Lee, a woman reputed for her ability to communicate with the spirit world. When she arrived, the atmosphere in our home was thick with tension, the air heavy with unspoken fears. Madame Lee sat down with us, her presence calming yet commanding. "Tell me everything," she instructed, her eyes piercing through the darkness. I recounted the events since the doll's arrival, the whispers, the moving objects, the sudden drops in temperature. "We tried moving her, but she always comes back," I explained, my voice breaking. Madame Lee nodded thoughtfully. "This doll is more than just a toy. It is a vessel for a lost soul, someone who cannot move on until their memories are honored. The whispers you hear are pleas for remembrance, a call to action." Mark looked at me, fear evident in his eyes. "What do we need to do?" Madame Lee rose, moving to the mantelpiece where the doll sat. She extended her hands, and a soft, ethereal light enveloped the room. "To release her spirit, you must honor her memories, learn her story, remember her, and give her the closure she seeks." Determined to end the torment, we embarked on a journey to uncover the doll's origins. After extensive research and conversations with historians, we discovered that the doll once belonged to a young girl named Clara Hartman, who had tragically died in a car accident 10 years prior. Clara was beloved by her family, and her sudden loss had left a deep void in their lives. It was believed that her spirit had attached itself to the doll, unable to find peace until her memories were preserved and honored. Armed with this knowledge, we knew what we had to do. We organized a small memorial in our home, inviting close friends and family to join us in remembering Clara. We placed photographs, shared stories, and lit candles in her memory, ensuring that her presence was acknowledged and celebrated rather than feared. On the night of the memorial, as we shared our memories and honored Clara's life, the atmosphere in our home shifted. The oppressive tension lifted, replaced by a sense of warmth and peace. The doll, once a source of fear, now seemed to radiate a comforting presence. The whispers ceased, and the coldness that had plagued our home was replaced by a gentle warmth. As we concluded the ceremony, Madame Lee approached us with a serene smile. "You have done well. Clara's spirit is now at peace, freed from her sorrow." We felt a profound sense of relief, knowing that our efforts had succeeded in granting Clara the closure she had long sought. The doll remained on the mantelpiece, no longer a harbinger of fear but a cherished reminder of the power of memory and the importance of honoring those we have lost. In the years that followed, our home remained a sanctuary of warmth and love, the shadows of the past now a distant memory. Every Christmas, we took the time to remember Clara, ensuring that her story was never forgotten. The experience taught us the importance of facing our fears, honoring the memories of loved ones, and the enduring strength of family bonds. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside and the snow blankets the world in silence, I catch a glimpse of Clara's reflection in the doll's glassy eyes. A silent thank you and a reminder that some memories, once honored, never truly fade away. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the glow of holiday lights and the laughter of my family, I hold on to the lessons learned from that haunting Christmas fair, grateful for the peace that now fills our home and the memories that keep the spirit of Clara alive in our hearts. Story number 15. Echoes of Silence, the Stephen Stainer Mystery. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in 1972 haunting my dreams like the persistent chill that once gripped our cozy home in California. My name is Michael Stainer, and the disappearance of my younger brother, Stephen, has left an indelible scar on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin veil between safety and the unknown, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in the idyllic suburbs of Los Angeles, our family epitomized the American dream. My parents, Robert and Linda, were pillars of our community, known for their generosity and unwavering love. Our home was always filled with laughter, the scent of pine from our towering Christmas tree mingling with the aroma of my mother's famous apple pie. Stephen, 7 years old, was the heart of our household, full of curiosity, boundless energy, and a smile that could light up the darkest of rooms. That Christmas season, the air was crisp with the promise of snow, a rare but magical sight in our part of California. We were preparing for our annual Christmas party, inviting friends and neighbors to share in the festivities. The excitement was palpable, especially for Stephen, who couldn't wait to see Santa Claus and open his presents under the twinkling lights of our tree. On the night of December 24th, 1972, the house was abuzz with activity. Friends arrived with gifts, laughter echoed through the halls, and the fireplace crackled warmly, providing a comforting backdrop to our celebrations. As midnight approached, we all gathered in the living room, exchanging heartfelt gifts and sharing stories by the fire. Stephen was especially thrilled, his eyes wide with anticipation as he chatted animatedly about his hopes for Santa. After the guests departed, my parents decided to tuck Stephen into bed early, wanting him to wake up refreshed for Christmas morning. As we settled into our respective rooms, a serene silence enveloped the house, broken only by the occasional creak of the old wooden floors. I lingered in the hallway, watching Stephen drift off to sleep, the soft glow of his nightlight casting gentle shadows on the walls. Around 1 a.m., a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, jolting me awake. My heart raced as I rushed downstairs, only to find the living room engulfed in flames. Panic surged through me as I realized something was horribly wrong. I grabbed Stephen's favorite blanket and followed the smoke-filled corridors, my mind racing with fear and confusion. As I reached the staircase, the flames consumed the base of the stairs, making it impossible to ascend. Desperate to save my family, I called out for my parents, but their cries were muffled by the roar of the fire. In the chaos, Stephen was nowhere to be found. The realization that he had vanished into the inferno left me numb, the devastation overwhelming. The fire was quickly extinguished by the fire department, but the damage was done. Our home was reduced to ashes, and Stephen was gone without a trace. Days turned into weeks, and despite exhaustive searches, there was no sign of him. The community was in shock, struggling to comprehend the inexplicable disappearance of a beloved child. As the investigation stalled, whispers of the supernatural began to circulate. Some believed that Stephen's spirit was trapped within the ruins of our home, unable to find peace. Others spoke of eerie sightings and unexplained phenomena, claiming that Stephen's presence lingered in the shadows, watching over us from beyond the grave. Driven by a need for answers, I delved into the history of our house, uncovering unsettling secrets that had long been buried. The land our home stood on had a dark past, with tales of mysterious disappearances and strange occurrences dating back decades. Locals spoke of a restless spirit, a malevolent force that thrived on fear and despair, preying on those who dared to uncover its secrets. One particularly cold winter night, unable to shake the feeling that Stephen was still out there, I decided to return to the ashes of our home, armed with nothing but a flashlight and a determination to find my brother. I ventured into the desolate remains, the air thick with the scent of smoke and decay. The moon cast a pale light over the rubble, shadows dancing ominously as I searched for any sign of Stephen. As I sifted through the remnants of our past, a chill ran down my spine. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant howl of the wind through the broken windows. Suddenly, I heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like footsteps in the snow. My heart pounded as I followed the sound, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The footsteps led me to the basement, the stairs creaking under my weight as I descended into the unknown. The basement was cold and damp, the air heavy with the weight of forgotten memories. As I reached the bottom, the tapping stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed in on me from all sides. In the dim light, I saw it, a shadowy figure standing at the far end of the basement. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was Stephen, his form translucent and ethereal, his eyes filled with sorrow and longing. "Why didn't you find me?" he whispered, his voice echoing through the cold air. Tears welled up in my eyes as I stepped forward, reaching out to him. "Stephen, I'm here now. I promise I'll never leave you." But as I touched him, the figure began to fade, his presence dissipating into the darkness. "You have to remember us," he murmured. "Honor our memories." With those final words, Stephen vanished, leaving me alone in the cold basement. The realization hit me hard. The fire was no accident, and Stephen's disappearance was tied to something far more sinister than mere flames. Determined to uncover the truth, I continued my investigation, delving deeper into the supernatural forces that haunted our home. Months turned into years, and the mystery of Stephen's disappearance remained unsolved. The case became a local legend, a chilling tale whispered among the townsfolk during the long winter nights. I never gave up hope, however, driven by the love for my brother and the need to bring him home. One stormy night, as I stood alone at the site of our former home, the wind howled through the pines, carrying with it the whispers of the past. The air grew cold, the shadows deepening as if responding to my presence. Suddenly, the ground beneath me trembled, and a spectral light emerged from the ashes, forming the image of Stephen once more. "Help us," he pleaded, his eyes searching mine for answers. I knew then that I had to confront the malevolent force that had taken my brother. Armed with ancient texts and the knowledge I had painstakingly gathered, I prepared for the final confrontation, determined to free Stephen and uncover the truth behind the darkness that had consumed our lives. As the storm raged around me, I recited the incantations, the words resonating with a power that seemed to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. The air crackled with energy as the malevolent presence manifested, a dark shadow that writhed and twisted in the chaos of the storm. With unwavering determination, I channeled the love I had for my brother, the bond that had kept me searching for answers all these years. The shadows recoiled, their form distorting as the light of the incantation pierced through the darkness. Stephen's spirit stood beside me, his presence a beacon of hope amidst the turmoil. "By the power of love and the bonds we share, I command you to release my brother and find peace," I declared, my voice steady despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. The malevolent force let out a final, ear-splitting howl, its form dissolving into the storm as the shadows receded. A profound sense of peace settled over the land. the storm abating as dawn broke over the horizon. Stephen's spirit smiled, a look of gratitude and relief in his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with warmth. "You've given us peace." As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the remnants of the storm, Stephen's spirit vanished, leaving behind a sense of closure and fulfillment. The mystery of his disappearance was finally laid to rest. The shadows that had haunted our lives dispelled by the power of love and determination. Years have passed since that harrowing night, and while the pain of losing Stephen never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that he is at peace. Our family's story became a legend, a testament to the enduring power of love and the relentless pursuit of truth in the face of darkness. But the memory of that Christmas Eve remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent pines and the lingering shadows of Pine Ridge Forest, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of California, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 16. Embers of the Unknown. The Sodder Family Haunting. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in West Virginia burning itself into my mind like the relentless flames that consumed the Sodder household. My name is Thomas Sodder, the eldest of the Sodder siblings, and the events that unfolded that night have left an indelible scar on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin veil between reality and the supernatural. Growing up in the small town of Fayetteville, West Virginia, our family was the epitome of warmth and togetherness. Our parents, George and Jenny Sodder, were beloved members of the community, known for their generosity and unwavering faith. Our home was a beacon of light during the long, cold winters, filled with laughter, love, and the comforting crackle of the fireplace. Christmas was always a magical time for us. The scent of pine from the towering Christmas tree mingled with the aroma of Mrs. Sodder's famous apple pie, creating an atmosphere of pure joy. That year, however, the holiday spirit was tinged with an undercurrent of unease, a feeling that something was amiss even as we eagerly awaited the arrival of Santa Claus. On the night of December 24th, 1945, our family gathered in the living room, exchanging gifts and sharing stories by the fire. My younger siblings, Mildred, Maurice, and Louis, were excitedly unwrapping presents, their faces glowing with happiness. Our parents watched them with pride, their love for us evident in every glance and smile. As midnight approached, George suggested we all go to bed early to wake up to a fresh blanket of snow the next morning. The idea was met with unanimous agreement, and we reluctantly began to tidy up the living room, the festive decorations now subdued by the impending darkness. After tucking the kids into their beds, Jenny and I retreated to our bedroom, the door closing softly behind us. The house was silent, the only sounds being the gentle ticking of the clock and the occasional creak of the old wooden floors. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my thoughts drifting between the day's events and the excitement of the coming year. Around 1 a.m., a sharp crack echoed through the house, jolting me awake. My heart raced as I listened intently, the silence now thick with tension. Suddenly, flames licked the edges of the curtains in the living room, the heat radiating through the walls. Panic surged through me as I realized the house was on fire. "Jenny!" I shouted, pulling her from beneath the covers. Her eyes widened in terror as we rushed downstairs, the acrid smell of smoke filling our nostrils. The fire had engulfed the living room in moments, the roaring flames consuming everything in their path. We tried to rescue our children, but the smoke was too thick, the heat too intense. In the chaos, Maurice, our youngest brother, managed to escape through the back door. But Mildred and Louis were nowhere to be found. George, ever the protector, stayed behind, determined to save our siblings from the inferno. Jenny and I followed, our hearts pounding with fear and desperation. As we navigated through the burning house, the flames danced around us, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The heat was unbearable, the smoke making it difficult to breathe. We finally reached the basement, a place where George insisted Mildred and Louis had gone to play. But the heat had made it impossible to locate them. George turned to us, his face contorted with anguish. "We have to leave. Now." We stumbled out of the house, the night air cold against our burning skin. The fire continued to rage, the house collapsing in on itself, the sound of cracking wood and shattering glass filling the night. As we watched the flames devour our home, a sense of hopelessness settled over us. Days turned into weeks, and the community rallied around us, offering support and solace. However, the absence of Mildred and Louis weighed heavily on our hearts. Despite extensive searches, there was no trace of them. The fire had consumed everything, leaving no evidence of their existence within the ruins of our home. Months passed, and our parents' grief slowly transformed into a quiet resignation. We held onto the hope that Mildred and Louis had somehow survived, that they were out there somewhere, waiting to be found. But as the years went by with no sign of them, the uncertainty gnawed at us, a relentless ache that never truly faded. It wasn't until years later that the truth began to reveal itself, shrouded in mystery and whispers of the supernatural. One chilly autumn evening, I received a letter that would change everything I thought I knew about that tragic night. The letter was unsigned, the handwriting unfamiliar, yet the words felt eerily familiar. It spoke of the night the house burned down, but with details that contradicted everything we had been told. The author claimed to have seen two young girls and a boy running out of the back door moments before the fire consumed the house, contradicting George's desperate attempt to save Mildred and Louis. Intrigued and desperate for answers, I began to investigate further, delving into the history of our family and the events of that night. What I discovered was a tapestry of secrets, lies, and unexplained phenomena that pointed to a truth far more sinister than a mere house fire. Our family's connection to the supernatural became apparent as I uncovered stories of apparitions and unexplained occurrences in our home long before the tragic fire. Neighbors spoke of ghostly figures lurking in the shadows, and strange noises echoing through the night. It seemed our home had always been a nexus for otherworldly activity, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was perilously thin. One night, driven by a need to confront the past, I returned to the ruins of our home. The remnants of the house stood silent, a ghostly skeleton of what once was. As I wandered through the rubble, I felt a presence watching me, the air growing thick with the weight of unspoken sorrow. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the debris. It was Mildred, her form translucent and ethereal, her eyes filled with a sorrow that mirrored my own. "Why can't you see us?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. Tears welled up in my eyes as I reached out to her, longing for answers. "What happened? Where are you?" Louis appeared beside her, his expression one of despair. "We were trapped. The fire, it wasn't just a fire. Something took us." The revelation hit me like a tidal wave. The fire had been a cover, a distraction from something far more malevolent. Our family had been the target of a dark force, something that thrived on fear and tragedy, using the flames as a means to conceal its true intentions. Determined to uncover the truth and free my family from their spectral prison, I delved deeper into the occult, seeking knowledge and allies who could help me confront the darkness that had claimed my loved ones. What I discovered was a hidden world of ancient rituals, malevolent spirits, and the fragile balance between light and darkness. With each passing day, the presence in our home grew stronger, the spirits of Mildred and Louis becoming more defined, their longing for closure guiding me towards a path of redemption. I realized that, in order to free them, I had to confront the very force that had torn our family apart, risking everything in the process. The final confrontation took place on a stormy night, much like the one that had forever changed our lives. Armed with ancient texts and the support of those who believed in our cause, I faced the darkness head-on, the spirits of my siblings standing beside me as we battled the malevolent force that sought to keep us bound in eternal torment. In the end, love and determination triumphed over fear and despair. The darkness was vanquished, the spirits of Mildred and Louis finally finding the peace they had long been denied. Our family's story became a legend, a cautionary tale of the thin line between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of love to overcome even the darkest of tragedies. Years have passed since that tragic Christmas Eve, and while the pain of losing my siblings never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that their spirits are at peace. Our family's legacy lives on, a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the unbreakable bonds of family. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing at the ruins of our old home, the whispers of the past echoing through the cold, silent air, a reminder that some tragedies never truly end, and some spirits never truly rest. And so, I warn others, respect the histories that shape our lives, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some encounters transcend our understanding. For in the heart of West Virginia, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 17. Shadows of the Dahlia, a Black Christmas Mystery. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in Los Angeles etched into my mind like the jagged scars left behind by shattered glass. My name is Jack Turner, a private investigator haunted by the unresolved mysteries that linger in the darkest corners of the city. Among them, none cast a longer shadow than the disappearance and brutal murder of Elizabeth Short, infamously known as the Black Dahlia. It was December 1947, a time when Hollywood glittered under the bright lights, masking the sinister underbelly that thrived in its shadows. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and the promise of snow, yet an unsettling chill ran down my spine, an intuition that something terrible was about to unfold. I had been tracking leads for weeks, following whispers and fragmented reports that painted a disturbing picture of Elizabeth Short's final days. A young woman of 22, her beauty was both mesmerizing and enigmatic, her presence in the city like a dark star pulling me deeper into a vortex of obsession and dread. That Christmas Eve, I received an anonymous tip, a cryptic message pointing me towards a secluded alley in downtown Los Angeles. The alley was infamous, a narrow passageway flanked by decrepit buildings that seemed to breathe decay and despair. As I approached, the festive decorations of the surrounding streets felt like a mocking contrast to the grim reality I was about to uncover. The alley was cloaked in darkness, the only illumination coming from a flickering street lamp that cast long, distorted shadows on the cobblestone ground. My footsteps echoed ominously as I ventured further, the silence broken only by the distant sounds of carolers and the occasional honk of a passing car. My heart pounded in my chest, a relentless drumbeat that mirrored the chaos in my mind. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night, a raw, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. I froze, every instinct urging me to retreat, but curiosity and duty pushed me forward. I followed the sound, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, revealing nothing but the empty alley and the oppressive weight of unanswered questions. As I turned to leave, my light caught something glinting in the shadows, a piece of fabric, crimson against the monochrome backdrop. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was part of Elizabeth's gown, torn and stained with what could only be blood. Panic surged through me, but I couldn't abandon her without answers. I spent the rest of the night piecing together the fragments of her last moments. interviewing witnesses, sifting through evidence, and delving into the darkest recesses of Los Angeles's criminal underworld. Each lead seemed to dissolve into nothingness, every clue obscured by layers of deceit and mystery. Weeks turned into months, and the case grew colder. But my obsession only deepened. Elizabeth's story became a macabre legend, her name whispered in hushed tones among those who dared to speak of the unsolved crime. The media dubbed her the Black Dahlia, a name that encapsulated both her beauty and the darkness that consumed her. One particularly cold Christmas Eve, years after her disappearance, I found myself drawn back to the alley where it all began. The air was thick with anticipation, the festive lights now dimmed by the encroaching darkness. I felt a presence, an invisible force that seemed to watch my every move, as if the shadows themselves held the secrets I sought. As I stood there, lost in thought, a figure emerged from the darkness, a woman clad in black, her face obscured by a veil of shadows. My heart raced as I recognized the unmistakable grace and poise that mirrored Elizabeth's own. "Why are you here?" I demanded, my voice wavering between fear and determination. The figure remained silent, her presence both captivating and terrifying. She extended a hand, and I felt a surge of cold energy as our fingers brushed, the connection sending chills down my spine. "Find the truth," she whispered, her voice echoing in the stillness of the night. Before I could respond, she vanished into the darkness, leaving me alone with the weight of her plea. I knew then that Elizabeth's story was far from over, that the shadows of that Christmas Eve still held the key to unraveling the mystery that had consumed me for so long. Driven by a newfound resolve, I delved deeper into the case, uncovering hidden connections and long-buried secrets that pointed to a truth more horrifying than I had ever imagined. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred as I navigated the treacherous path laid out before me, each step bringing me closer to the darkness that had taken Elizabeth away. One stormy night, as I sat alone in my office, the walls closing in with the weight of unsolved mysteries, I received a package, no return address, only a single black dahlia enclosed within. My hands trembled as I opened it, revealing a blood-stained note. "The truth lies in the shadows." Realizing that someone was watching, guiding, or perhaps taunting me, I knew that the final piece of the puzzle was within reach. The culmination of my investigation led me to an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of the city, a place shrouded in rumors and fear. The mansion stood as a relic of a bygone era, its grandeur now marred by neglect and decay. As I approached, the wind howled through the broken windows, carrying with it the whispers of the past. The door creaked open, revealing a grand foyer lit only by the flickering light of my flashlight. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of must and decay, the silence broken only by the distant sound of footsteps echoing through the halls. I followed the sound, navigating the labyrinthine corridors until I reached a grand ballroom, its once opulent decor now reduced to ashes and shadows. There, amidst the remnants of a forgotten celebration, stood the woman from the alley, the spectral figure who had guided me here. "The truth," she repeated, her voice a haunting melody that resonated with the pain and sorrow of the lost. As I stood before her, the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. Elizabeth had been more than a victim. She had been a pawn in a game of power and deception that had ensnared her in its deadly grip. The darkness that had taken her was not just a mere act of violence, but a manifestation of the collective fears and secrets that had festered within the city. In a final act of determination, I confronted the shadows that had consumed her, unraveling the web of lies and deceit that had kept her spirit bound to the mortal plane. The air crackled with energy as the truth was revealed, the darkness retreating as the light of justice and truth prevailed. As dawn broke over Los Angeles, the shadows lifted, and Elizabeth's spirit found peace. Her story finally told. The Black Dahlia's mystery was laid to rest, but the echoes of her tragic tale continued to reverberate through the city's streets, a testament to the enduring power of truth and the haunting legacy of a lost soul. Years have passed since that chilling Christmas Eve, And while the pain of Elizabeth's loss never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that her spirit is at peace. The case that once consumed me now serves as a reminder of the thin line between light and darkness, and the relentless pursuit of truth that drives us to confront the shadows within ourselves and the world around us. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent pines and the lingering shadows of Los Angeles, understanding that some mysteries transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of California, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 18. Silent Shadows. The Christmas Night Mystery. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in Colorado haunting my dreams like the persistent chill that once gripped our secluded home. My name is Daniel Harris, and the events that unfolded that night have left an indelible mark on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin veil between peace and the unknown. Growing up in the small town of Evergreen, Colorado, life was simple and predictable. Our community thrived on neighborly bonds, holiday traditions, and the comforting rhythm of rural living. The annual Christmas celebrations were the highlight of the year, bringing warmth and joy to every household, especially our neighbors, the Thompson family. The Thompsons, Walter and Edna, were the epitome of kindness and generosity. At 65 and 63 years old, respectively, they embodied the spirit of Christmas, always ready to lend a hand or share a story by the fireplace. Their home, a charming two-story house adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations, was the heart of our neighborhood during the holiday season. It was December 24th, 2002, a night that should have been filled with laughter, love, and the promise of new beginnings. The Thompsons were preparing for their annual Christmas party, their home buzzing with activity as they set out platters of food, arranged chairs, and hung ornaments on the towering Christmas tree that stood proudly in the living room. The scent of pine and baked goods wafted through the air, mingling with the crisp winter chill outside. As midnight approached, the house grew quieter, the festivities winding down as guests began to depart. Walter and Edna retired to their bedroom, the door closing softly behind them. It was then that the nightmare began. Around 1 a.m., a sharp crack echoed through the house, jolting me awake. My heart raced as I listened intently, the silence now thick with tension. Suddenly, flames licked the edges of the curtains in the living room, the heat radiating through the walls. Panic surged through me as I realized the house was on fire. "Walter! Edna!" I shouted, pulling them from beneath the covers. Their eyes widened in terror as we rushed downstairs, the acrid smell of smoke filling our nostrils. The fire had engulfed the living room in moments, the roaring flames consuming everything in their path. We tried to rescue our children, but the smoke was too thick, the heat too intense. In the chaos, our youngest son, Tommy, managed to escape through the back door, but Sarah and Michael were nowhere to be found. Walter, ever the protector, stayed behind, determined to save our children from the inferno. I followed, my heart pounding with fear and desperation. As we navigated through the burning house, the flames danced around us, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The heat was unbearable, the smoke making it difficult to breathe. We finally reached the basement, a place where Walter insisted Sarah and Michael had gone to play. But the heat had made it impossible to locate them. Walter turned to us, his face contorted with anguish. "We have to leave. Now." We stumbled out of the house, the night air cold against our burning skin. The fire continued to rage, the house collapsing in on itself. the sound of cracking wood and shattering glass filling the night. As we watched the flames devour our home, a sense of hopelessness settled over us. Days turned into weeks, and the community rallied around us, offering support and solace. However, the absence of Sarah and Michael weighed heavily on our hearts. Despite extensive searches, there was no trace of them. The fire had consumed everything, leaving no evidence of their existence within the ruins of our home. Months passed, and our grief slowly transformed into a quiet resignation. We held on to the hope that Sarah and Michael had somehow survived, that they were out there somewhere, waiting to be found. But as the years went by with no sign of them, the uncertainty gnawed at us, a relentless ache that never truly faded. It wasn't until years later that the truth began to reveal itself, shrouded in mystery and whispers of the supernatural. One chilly autumn evening, I received a letter that would change everything I thought I knew about that tragic night. The letter was unsigned, the handwriting unfamiliar, yet the words felt eerily familiar. It spoke of the night the house burned down, but with details that contradicted everything we had been told. The author claimed to have seen two young girls and a boy running out of the back door moments before the fire consumed the house, contradicting our desperate attempts to save Sarah and Michael. Intrigued and desperate for answers, I began to investigate further, delving into the history of our family and the events of that night. What I discovered was a tapestry of secrets, lies, and unexplained phenomena that pointed to a truth far more sinister than a mere house fire. Our family's connection to the supernatural became apparent as I uncovered stories of apparitions and unexplained occurrences in our home long before the tragic fire. Neighbors spoke of ghostly figures lurking in the shadows, and strange noises echoing through the night. It seemed our home had always been a nexus for otherworldly activity, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was perilously thin. One particularly cold winter night, as I sat alone in the remnants of our home, I felt an overwhelming presence, a chill that seemed to seep into my bones, making the air thick with tension. The room grew colder, the temperature dropping sharply as if an unseen force was drawing closer. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that defied explanation. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of soft footsteps, echoing through the silence like a distant heartbeat. I turned to face the source, my heart racing with fear and anticipation. There, standing in the doorway, was the apparition of Sarah Thompson, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. "Why?" she whispered, her voice a mere breath against the icy air. "Why did you leave us?" I stumbled back, the weight of her gaze pressing down on me. "I didn't leave you. I came to find answers." Michael's ghostly figure appeared beside her, his expression one of despair. "We were trapped. The fire. It wasn't just a fire. Something took us." The revelation hit me like a tidal wave. The fire was no accident. It was a carefully orchestrated act, designed to erase the truth and silence the voices that had long been silenced by the flames. The spirits of Sarah and Michael were trapped, bound to the remnants of their home, seeking justice and closure that had been denied to them. Determined to set things right, I delved deeper into the occult, seeking knowledge and allies who could help me confront the darkness that had claimed my loved ones. What I discovered was a hidden world of ancient rituals, malevolent spirits, and the fragile balance between light and darkness. With each passing day, the presence in our home grew stronger, the spirits of Sarah and Michael becoming more defined, their longing for closure guiding me towards a path of redemption. I realized that, in order to free them, I had to confront the very force that had torn our family apart, risking everything in the process. The final confrontation took place on a stormy night, much like the one that had forever changed our lives. Armed with ancient texts and the support of those who believed in our cause, I faced the darkness head-on, the spirits of my siblings standing beside me as we battled the malevolent force that sought to keep us bound in eternal torment. In the end, love and determination triumphed over fear and despair. The darkness was vanquished, the spirits of Sarah and Michael finally finding the peace they had long been denied. Our family's story became a legend, a cautionary tale of the thin line between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of truth and justice to overcome even the deepest of shadows. Years have passed since that chilling Christmas Eve, and while the pain of losing Sarah and Michael never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that their spirits are at peace. Our family's legacy lives on, a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the unbreakable bonds of family. But the memory of that night remains with me, a haunting yet comforting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons we learned that night, the importance of honoring the truth, respecting the spirits that linger, and the enduring power of compassion in the face of the unknown. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Kentucky, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 19. The Silent Night of Lisa O. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in Hawaii haunting my dreams like the relentless waves crashing against the shore. My name is Daniel Kealoha, and the disappearance of my dear friend, Lisa O, has left an indelible scar on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin veil between joy and despair, and the shadows that lurk beneath the surface of paradise. Lisa was more than just a friend. She was a beacon of light in our tight-knit community. At 24, she was a vibrant dentist known for her infectious laughter and unwavering kindness. Her love for the outdoors was unmatched, often seen hiking the lush trails that crisscrossed the island or organizing beach cleanups that brought our neighbors together. On that Christmas night in 1982, Lisa embodied the spirit of aloha, full of life and excitement for the holiday season. It was December 24th, a night when the air was thick with the scent of plumeria and the promise of warm festivities. Lisa had invited me to join her and her boyfriend, Michael, for a quiet evening at her home. The plan was simple: a cozy night by the fire, exchanging gifts, and sharing stories under the starlit sky. Little did we know, this night would spiral into an unsolved mystery that still lingers in the hearts of those who loved her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Lisa and Michael arrived at her charming wooden house nestled on the outskirts of town. The house, adorned with fairy lights and decorated with traditional Hawaiian ornaments, exuded warmth and welcome. We settled into the living room, the crackling fire casting a golden glow that danced across our faces. Laughter filled the room as we unwrapped gifts, each present a testament to the bonds we shared. After dinner, Lisa suggested we take a walk along the nearby beach to admire the Christmas lights reflecting on the calm waters. Michael, always the adventurous one, eagerly agreed, while I lingered by the fire, savoring the peaceful ambience. The night was serene, the only sounds the gentle lapping of waves and the distant calls of nocturnal birds. It was the perfect setting for a memorable holiday evening. A few hours into our walk, the sky was clear, revealing a tapestry of stars that seemed to twinkle with an otherworldly brilliance. Lisa, with her ever-present enthusiasm, pointed out constellations and shared tales of ancient Hawaiian legends. Michael, carrying a flashlight, illuminated our path as we ventured deeper into the night. The snow, unusual for our tropical paradise, had begun to fall softly, adding a surreal layer to the already magical night. As we approached a secluded part of the beach, Lisa suddenly stopped, her expression shifting from joy to concern. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, her eyes scanning the darkness. I strained to listen, the only sound being the rhythmic crash of waves against the shore. "Hear what?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. "Footsteps," she replied, her voice barely audible over the wind. "Someone's walking towards us." Michael's grip on his flashlight tightened, the beam cutting through the darkness in a desperate search for the source of the noise. "Stay close," he instructed, his tone betraying a hint of unease. We huddled together, the chill in the air sending shivers down our spines. The footsteps grew louder, more distinct, approaching with an eerie precision. Lisa's face paled, her earlier vivacity replaced by a palpable fear. "We should go back," she urged, tugging at Michael's arm. Before we could react, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Standing at the edge of the beach, the figure was tall, cloaked in what seemed like tattered robes, moving with a spectral grace that defied the natural laws of our world. The light from Michael's flashlight flickered, casting distorted shadows that made the figure appear even more menacing. "Who are you?" Lisa demanded, her voice shaking with a mix of fear and authority. The figure remained silent, its presence exuding an otherworldly sorrow that made my heart ache. Lisa took a hesitant step forward, her eyes never leaving the apparition. "What do you want?" In that moment, the air seemed to grow colder, the snowflakes swirling around us in a frenzied dance. The figure began to fade, dissolving into the night like mist in the morning sun. "Help us!" a faint whisper echoed, barely perceptible yet laden with anguish. Before we could respond, the figure vanished entirely, leaving behind an oppressive silence that weighed heavily on us. Lisa looked back towards the house, her fear evident. "We need to leave. Now." We hurried back to her home, the snow falling thicker now, as if attempting to erase the memory of what we had just witnessed. Inside, we tried to shake off the eerie encounter, but the image of the shadowy figure and its desperate plea lingered in our minds. Lisa and Michael insisted on staying, believing it was merely a figment of our collective imagination fueled by the isolation and the surreal snowfall. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, the cabin returning to its usual warmth and tranquility. Lisa and Michael prepared for bed, while I found myself restless, unable to shake the feeling that something was profoundly wrong. As I lay in the quiet of the room, the events of the evening replayed in my mind, the lines between reality and the supernatural blurring into an unsettling haze. The next morning, the sun rose to reveal a pristine landscape, the snow having softened the harsh edges of the night before. Lisa was missing. At first, we thought she had simply gone to the beach alone, perhaps seeking solace in the serene beauty that had captivated her so the night before. But as hours turned into days with no sign of her, our worry deepened. Michael and I searched tirelessly, retracing our steps, but Lisa was nowhere to be found. The only clue was the remnants of her personal belongings left behind in the cabin, her purse, her favorite scarf, and the ever-present smile that now seemed like a distant memory. The police were called, and an extensive search operation commenced, combing through the dense forests and the secluded beaches we had wandered. Yet, Lisa remained elusive, her disappearance shrouded in mystery. The cabin was investigated, but there were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of foul play. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a community in mourning. Months turned into years, and the story of Lisa O became a local legend, a haunting tale that parents would whisper to their children on cold winter nights. Some believed she had met a tragic end, lost to the unforgiving wilderness that had so briefly captivated her. Others speculated about supernatural forces at play, the mysterious figure on the beach a harbinger of something far more sinister. I often visit the beach where we encountered the figure, hoping for some semblance of closure. The landscape remains as beautiful and haunting as ever, the waves endlessly crashing against the shore, mirroring the turmoil that still resides within me. On quiet nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and the snow falls softly, I swear I can hear Lisa's laughter carried on the breeze, a bittersweet reminder of the friend I lost and the mystery that still lingers in the heart of Hawaii. One particularly quiet evening, decades after Lisa's disappearance, I found myself standing on the same stretch of beach, the snow swirling gently around me. The air was crisp, the scent of the ocean mingling with the fresh snowflakes. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the horizon, I felt a familiar chill in the air, the same eerie presence that had haunted us years ago. I turned around, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and hope. There, standing at the edge of the beach, was a figure cloaked in white, its form shimmering in the twilight. The ghostly apparition gazed at me with sorrowful eyes, a silent plea for understanding that mirrored the whispers of the past. "Lisa," I called out softly, my voice barely carrying over the gentle waves. The figure nodded slowly, a tear-like snowflake cascading down its ethereal face. "Remember us?" it whispered, the words filled with longing and peace. "Honor our memories." With those final words, the figure began to fade, dissolving into the night sky as the first stars emerged. I watched in awe and sorrow as the apparition vanished, the weight of years of grief lifting in that single, poignant moment. In that instant, I felt a profound sense of closure, the mystery of Lisa O's disappearance finally finding its place in the annals of our lives. The silent night, once filled with fear and unanswered questions, now held a sense of peace and understanding. But the memory of that Christmas Eve, the shadowy figure, and Lisa's disappearance remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between life and the unknown. I often reflect on that night, the bonds of friendship, and the enduring power of love and memory to bridge the gap between the living and the departed. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Hawaii, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the brightest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 20. Whispers in the Pines. The McStay family mystery. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in California haunting my dreams like the persistent shadows that linger in the dense pines. My name is Ethan McStay, the eldest of the McStay siblings, and the disappearance of my family has left an indelible scar on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin veil between safety and the unknown. Growing up in the quiet town of Evergreen, California, life was simple and predictable. Our family home stood at the edge of Pine Ridge Forest, a sprawling expanse of towering pines and winding trails that seemed to whisper secrets in the wind. My parents, Robert and Linda, were pillars of the community, dedicated, loving, and always ready to lend a hand. My younger sister, Emily, was the light of our lives, her laughter echoing through the halls of our cozy abode. Christmas was always a magical time for us. The scent of pine from the towering Christmas tree mingled with the aroma of my mother's famous cinnamon cookies, creating an atmosphere of pure joy. We cherished the moments spent together, decorating the tree, exchanging gifts, and sharing stories by the fireplace. That year, however, an undercurrent of unease tugged at the edges of our festive preparations, a subtle feeling that something was amiss even as we eagerly awaited the holiday season. It was December 24th, 2010, a night that should have been filled with laughter, love, and the promise of new beginnings. Our family had planned a quiet Christmas party, inviting a few close friends over to celebrate the holiday. The house was abuzz with activity as we set out platters of food, arranged chairs, and hung ornaments on the towering Christmas tree that stood proudly in the living room. The twinkling lights cast a warm glow, and the sound of carols filled every corner of the house. As midnight approached, the festivities began to wind down. Guests departed with warm wishes and hearty hugs, leaving behind a lingering sense of contentment. My parents retreated to their bedroom, the door closing softly behind them, while Emily and I lingered by the fireplace, savoring the last moments of the evening. Around 1 a.m., a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. My heart raced as I sat up, the sound echoing through the silent house like a harbinger of doom. Panic surged through me as I realized something was terribly wrong. I grabbed my phone and dialed my parents' number. But there was no answer, only the eerie silence of the empty house. Desperate and terrified, I called out for my parents, my voice trembling with fear. "Mom? Dad? Where are you?" No response. The realization that my family was missing hit me like a tidal wave, overwhelming my senses and plunging me into a state of panic. I knew something had gone horribly wrong, but I had no idea what or why. I rushed downstairs, the cold night air biting at my skin as I stepped out into the snowy driveway. The house was eerily quiet, the only sound the soft crunch of snow under my boots. I circled the perimeter, searching for any sign of my parents or Emily. But the house stood empty and still, as if it had been abandoned. Frantically, I began to walk through the front door, my mind racing with questions and fear. The living room was bathed in the cold light of the moon. The decorations now cast long, sinister shadows across the floor. I searched every room, calling out for my family. But there was no trace of them, no signs of struggle, no overturned furniture, nothing to indicate what had happened. Hours turned into days, and the search for the McStay family grew more desperate. The police were baffled by the case. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of a crime, nothing to explain the sudden disappearance of a seemingly normal family. It was as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only questions and an unshakable sense of dread. As the investigation stalled, whispers of the supernatural began to circulate through the community. Some believed that Pine Ridge Forest held dark secrets, that the spirits of the woods were responsible for the mysterious disappearance. Others thought it was a case of foul play, perhaps a kidnapping orchestrated by someone who knew the family well. But without any evidence, the truth remained elusive, buried beneath layers of fear and speculation. Years passed, and the McStay family case remained unsolved, a haunting mystery that cast a shadow over our once peaceful town. The pines of Pine Ridge seemed to grow taller, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to reach out like skeletal fingers, as if trying to grasp the secrets hidden within their depths. I couldn't let go of the mystery, the unanswered questions that kept me awake at night. Determined to find answers, I delved into the history of Pine Ridge Forest, uncovering stories of disappearances and unexplained phenomena that had plagued the area for decades. Legends spoke of a malevolent presence, an entity that thrived on fear and despair, preying on those who dared to venture too deep into the woods. One chilly autumn night, driven by a mix of desperation and hope, I decided to return to Pine Ridge Forest, armed with nothing but a flashlight and a resolve to uncover the truth. The forest welcomed me with an oppressive silence, the snow crunching under my boots as I navigated the winding trails. The trees loomed overhead, their branches clawing at the night sky like the hands of the damned. As I ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air grew colder, the darkness more suffocating. The moonlight barely penetrated the thick canopy, casting long shadows that seemed to dance and shift with a life of their own. I felt a presence, an unseen force that seemed to watch my every move, sending chills down my spine. Suddenly, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like footsteps in the snow. My heart pounded as I followed the sound, the noise growing louder with each step. The forest around me seemed to close in, the shadows thickening and swirling like a living entity. I pushed forward, driven by a mix of fear and determination, until I reached a clearing bathed in the cold light of the moon. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, shrouded in darkness, its form barely distinguishable against the snowy backdrop. It was tall, its presence both mesmerizing and terrifying, exuding an aura of sorrow and anger. I froze, unable to tear my gaze away as the figure began to move towards me, the steps silent and deliberate. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. The figure paused, its head tilting slightly as if listening to my question. Then, in a voice that echoed through the stillness of the night, it replied, "They never left." A surge of fear washed over me as the figure reached out a hand, its fingers stretching towards me with an otherworldly grace. "Why did you abandon us?" The realization hit me like a wave. The figure was a manifestation of my family's lingering spirits, trapped in the forest, their souls unable to find peace. Tears welled up in my eyes as I stepped forward, my voice filled with remorse. "I never abandoned you. I'm here to help." The figure's eyes, filled with a profound sadness, met mine. "Help us break the curse." Determined to free my family from their spectral prison, I asked, "What do I need to do?" The figure extended its hand, and the snow around us began to swirl, forming intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with an ancient power. "You must confront the darkness that binds us, find the heart of Pine Ridge, and lay our spirits to rest." With that, the figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the snowflakes that danced around me. "Remember us," it whispered, "and bring peace to the pines." As the figure vanished, the oppressive presence lifted, replaced by a sense of calm that filled the clearing. I knew what I had to do, to confront the malevolent force that had ensnared my family and countless others in its dark embrace. Over the following weeks, I immersed myself in research, uncovering forgotten rituals and ancient texts that spoke of binding curses and spiritual liberation. With each piece of knowledge, I grew closer to unraveling the mystery that had tormented my family for so long. One stormy night, I returned to Pine Ridge Forest, armed with the tools and knowledge I needed to break the curse. The wind howled through the trees, the snow falling in heavy, relentless sheets that made the world seem distant and surreal. I navigated the trails with determination, the path illuminated by the flickering light of my lantern. As I reached the heart of the forest, the atmosphere grew thick with tension, the air heavy with the weight of countless sorrows. In the center of a secluded glade stood an ancient stone altar, covered in frost and surrounded by twisted pines that seemed to watch my every move. I began the ritual, chanting the incantations I had painstakingly learned, my voice steady despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. The ground beneath me seemed to pulse with energy, the spirits of the forest swirling around me like a tempest of sorrow and anger. Suddenly, the air crackled with an intense energy, and the shadows around me began to coalesce into tangible forms. The malevolent force that had held my family captive emerged, a dark, swirling mass that seemed to feed on fear and despair. Its presence was overwhelming, a tangible darkness that threatened to consume everything in its path. Drawing upon the strength of love and the memories of my family, I continued the ritual, my voice rising above the howling wind. "By the power of love and the bonds that tie us, I command you to release my family and find peace." The dark entity lashed out, but I held firm, channeling the energy of the ritual into a focused beam of light that pierced through the darkness. The entity recoiled, its form wavering as the light intensified, breaking through the oppressive shadows. With a final, resounding chant, the darkness began to dissipate, the malevolent force dissolving into nothingness. The spirits of my family appeared once more, their forms clearer and more peaceful than ever before. "Thank you," they whispered, their voices filled with gratitude and relief. "You have set us free." As the last remnants of the darkness vanished, a serene calm settled over the clearing. The snow ceased to fall, the wind quieted, and the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. I knew that the curse had been broken, and my family was finally at peace. Driving back to Evergreen, the first light of dawn breaking through the trees, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and closure. The memory of that Christmas Eve, the fear, and the relentless search for answers had transformed into a story of resilience and love triumphing over darkness. Years have passed since that chilling Christmas night, and while the pain of losing my family never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that their spirits are at peace. Our family's legacy lives on, a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the enduring power of love to overcome even the darkest of mysteries. but the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent pines and the lingering shadows of Pine Ridge Forest, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, respect the histories that shape our lives, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some mysteries demand to be unraveled. For in the heart of California, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 21. Whispers of Christmas Past. The Kentucky House Mystery. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful Christmas Eve in Kentucky haunting my dreams like the persistent echoes of a forgotten song. My name is Samuel Green, and the events that unfolded in our quiet town that December night have left an indelible scar on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin veil between peace and the unknown. Growing up in the small town of Willow Creek, Kentucky, life was simple and predictable. Our community thrived on neighborly bonds, holiday traditions, and the comforting rhythm of rural living. The annual Christmas celebrations were the highlight of the year, bringing warmth and joy to every household, especially the elderly couple next door, Walter and Edna Thompson. Walter and Edna were the epitome of kindness and generosity. At 78 and 75 years old, respectively, they embodied the spirit of Christmas, always ready to lend a hand or share a story by the fireplace. Their home, a charming Victorian-era house adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations, was the heart of our neighborhood during the holiday season. It was Christmas Eve, 1954, a night that should have been filled with laughter, love, and the promise of new beginnings. The Thompsons were preparing for their annual Christmas party, their home buzzing with activity as they set out platters of food, arranged chairs, and hung ornaments on the towering Christmas tree that stood proudly in the living room. The scent of pine and baked goods wafted through the air, mingling with the crisp winter chill outside. As the evening progressed, the town gathered in the Thompsons' home, enjoying each other's company and the festive atmosphere. Children played games, adults shared stories, and the sound of carols filled every corner of the house. It was a picture-perfect night, one that seemed immune to the passage of time. But as midnight approached, an unsettling stillness descended upon the house. The laughter faded, replaced by a heavy silence that felt almost oppressive. Walter and Edna retreated to their bedroom, the door closing softly behind them. It was then that the nightmare began. Around 1 a.m., a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. The room fell silent once more, the only sound the crackling of the dying embers in the fireplace. I jolted awake, my heart pounding in my chest, as the horrifying realization set in. Something was terribly wrong. I grabbed my coat and rushed upstairs, my mind racing with fear and confusion. As I reached the bedroom door, the smell of smoke and the lingering scent of pine filled the air. Pushing the door open, I was met with a scene of unimaginable horror. The room was engulfed in flames, the fire consuming everything in its path. Walter and Edna lay lifeless on the floor, their faces twisted in terror, their bodies charred beyond recognition. The shock of the discovery left me numb, unable to comprehend the brutality of the scene before me. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle, nothing to indicate how the fire had started. It was as if the flames had erupted from nowhere, leaving no trace of their origin. The town was plunged into mourning, the loss of the Thompsons leaving a void that could never be filled. The police launched an investigation, but every lead seemed to vanish into thin air. No fingerprints, no witnesses, no motive, just the smoldering ruins of what once was a beloved home. As the days turned into weeks, theories abounded. Some speculated it was a tragic accident, a kitchen mishap gone horribly wrong. Others whispered about old grudges and hidden animosities, pointing fingers at those who might have held resentment towards the kind-hearted couple. But no one could provide concrete evidence, and the case remained shrouded in mystery. It was during those long, sleepless nights that strange occurrences began to unfold, as if the Thompsons' spirits were restless, unable to find peace. Neighbors reported seeing flickering lights in the windows of the charred house, even though it had been completely destroyed. Some swore they heard the faint sound of carols echoing through the night, a haunting reminder of happier times. Driven by a need to uncover the truth, I delved deeper into the Thompsons' past, uncovering secrets that had long been buried. Walter had once been involved in a contentious land dispute, a battle over property lines that had left lasting scars on both sides. Edna, on the other hand, had a mysterious past, a series of unexplained disappearances and reappearances that had left many questions unanswered. As I pieced together the fragments of their lives, a chilling pattern began to emerge. The Thompsons had been entangled in a web of deceit and betrayal, their seemingly perfect lives hiding dark undercurrents of pain and resentment. It was a revelation that shook the very foundation of our community, forcing us to confront the shadows that lurked beneath the surface of our idyllic town. One particularly cold winter night, as I sat alone in the remnants of the Thompsons' home, I felt an overwhelming presence, a chill that seemed to seep into my bones, making the air thick with tension. The room grew colder, the temperature dropping sharply as if an unseen force was drawing closer. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that defied explanation. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of soft footsteps, echoing through the silence like a distant heartbeat. I turned to face the source, my heart racing with fear and anticipation. There, standing in the doorway, was the apparition of Walter Thompson, his eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. "Why?" he whispered, his voice a mere breath against the icy air. "Why did you leave us?" I stumbled back, the weight of his gaze pressing down on me. "I didn't leave you. I came to find answers." Edna's ghostly figure appeared beside him, her presence equally haunting. "You need to remember," she intoned, her voice filled with a sadness that seemed to stretch across time. "Remember what really happened." The realization hit me like a tidal wave. The fire was no accident. It was a carefully orchestrated act, designed to erase the truth and silence the voices that had long been silenced by the flames. The spirits of Walter and Edna were trapped, bound to the remnants of their home, seeking justice and closure that had been denied to them. Determined to set things right, I continued my investigation, uncovering evidence that had been overlooked and questioning those who had harbored grudges against the Thompsons. Each revelation brought me closer to the truth, but also deeper into the darkness that had claimed their lives. The breakthrough came when I discovered old records of the land dispute, revealing a conspiracy that had gone unnoticed for decades. A powerful landowner, desperate to secure his hold on the coveted property, had orchestrated the fire, ensuring that the Thompsons' voices would be silenced forever. The evidence was damning, but proving it was another matter entirely. As I prepared to present my findings, the spirits of Walter and Edna appeared once more, their forms flickering with urgency. "You must reveal the truth," Walter implored, his eyes pleading for justice. "Only then can we find peace." With their encouragement, I brought the case to the attention of the authorities, presenting the evidence I had painstakingly gathered. The investigation was reopened, and the truth began to surface, exposing the dark underbelly of our seemingly perfect town. The revelation sent shockwaves through the community, forcing us to confront the sins of our past and seek redemption for the wrongs that had been committed. The perpetrators were brought to justice, their power and influence stripped away, ensuring that the Thompsons' legacy would finally be remembered for the truth it deserved. As the truth came to light, the spirits of Walter and Edna began to fade, their burdens lifted as justice was served. The house, once a symbol of tragedy, was transformed into a memorial, honoring the lives that had been lost and the truth that had been uncovered. Years have passed since that chilling Christmas Eve, and while the memory of the tragedy still lingers, our town has found a sense of closure and healing. The Thompson story serves as a haunting reminder of the darkness that can lie hidden beneath the surface of even the most idyllic communities, and the enduring power of truth and justice to overcome even the deepest of shadows. But the memory of that night remains with me, a haunting yet comforting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing at the memorial, the whispers of Christmas past echoing through the silent night, a testament to the enduring bonds of love and the relentless pursuit of truth. And so, I warn others, respect the histories that shape our lives, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some mysteries demand to be unraveled. For in the heart of Kentucky, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 22. The 13th Stop. I first heard the legend when I was a kid, huddled around a crackling fire with my cousins on a bitterly cold Christmas Eve. It was one of those tales whispered in the dark, meant to scare you just enough to make you look over your shoulder on the walk home. But as I grew older, the story lingered in the back of my mind, refusing to fade like most childhood fears. The tale of the 13th Stop was simple. If you boarded a train at midnight on Christmas Eve, the train would make an unscheduled stop at a station not found on any map. The 13th station. Those who stepped off would never return. They were said to be drawn into a strange, eternal world where the echoes of Christmas cheer became a sinister prison. It sounded like nonsense, but some stories have a way of pulling at you, of daring you to prove them wrong. That's how I found myself standing on a freezing platform late on Christmas Eve, holding hands with my girlfriend, Claire. "This is crazy," she whispered, her breath forming soft clouds in the icy air. "You know that, right?" "Of course it's crazy," I said, squeezing her hand. "That's why we're doing it." She gave me a half-smile, the kind that meant she thought I was an idiot but loved me anyway. The train arrived exactly on time, its whistle piercing the silent night. It looked like any other train, with its gleaming steel cars and frost-covered windows. We boarded and found an empty compartment near the back. There were a few other passengers, but no one looked at us or spoke. The air inside was heavy, like the silence before a storm. The train pulled away from the station, and for a while, everything felt normal. We passed snow-covered fields and darkened towns, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels lulling us into a strange sense of calm. Claire rested her head on my shoulder, and I found myself staring out the window, watching the world blur by. That's when the lights flickered. It was subtle at first, a brief dimming that could have been a power glitch. But then it happened again, and this time the lights didn't fully return. The compartment was bathed in a pale, sickly glow that made the shadows seem deeper and more alive. The train began to slow, and Claire sat up. "Is this it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, though I wasn't sure. I'd never heard of any stops between our departure point and the next station. But the train was definitely coming to a halt. Outside the window, a faint light appeared, growing brighter as the train screeched to a stop. We stepped off the train, our boots crunching on the snow-dusted platform. The air was colder here, almost unnaturally so, and the silence was deafening. The platform was old, its wooden boards warped and splintered, and a sign hung overhead, its letters barely legible. Station 13. At first, seemed like we were alone. The train pulled away behind us, its whistle echoing into the void, leaving us stranded. Then, faintly, we heard it, a sound that didn't belong. Music. It was the kind of music you'd hear at a Christmas party, cheerful and lively, but there was something off about it. The notes were too sharp, too dissonant, as if they were being played by someone who had forgotten what joy sounded like. "Where is that coming from?" Claire asked, clutching my arm. I pointed toward a faint glow in the distance. A large building loomed at the edge of the platform, its windows glowing with warm, inviting light. The music grew louder as we approached, and I could hear laughter, soft, almost melodic, but with an edge that made my skin crawl. Inside, the building was a grand hall, decorated with garlands and wreaths that seemed untouched by time. A massive Christmas tree stood in the center, its ornaments shimmering in the flickering candlelight. Around it, people danced and laughed, their faces blurred like smudges on an old photograph. Claire tugged at my sleeve. "We should leave," she whispered, but I was drawn in. The scene was hypnotic, almost beautiful in its strangeness. One of the dancers turned toward us, a woman in a flowing red dress. Her face came into focus, and I felt my stomach drop. Her eyes were hollow, empty sockets that seemed to see right through me. The music stopped abruptly, and every head in the room turned toward us. Their faces were twisted, grinning in a way that felt more like a threat than a welcome. The woman in red stepped forward, her movements fluid and unnatural, like a marionette on invisible strings. "Welcome to the party," she said, her voice dripping with mockery. "You're just in time." Claire grabbed my hand, and we turned to run, but the door we had entered was gone. The hall stretched endlessly in every direction, filled with the sound of shuffling feet and whispered laughter. The dancers closed in, their hands outstretched, their empty eyes glowing faintly in the candlelight. I don't know how we escaped. My memories of that night are a blur of panic and cold and the relentless sound of footsteps chasing us through the endless halls. When we finally stumbled back onto the platform, the train was waiting, its doors open as if it had been expecting us. We boarded without hesitation, collapsing into our seats as the train pulled away. Neither of us spoke until we saw the familiar lights of our home station. When we stepped off the train, the platform was deserted, and the snow had covered any trace of our departure. We never spoke of Station 13 again, but every Christmas Eve, I hear it, the faint sound of music, drifting through the cold night air. I don't look for it. I don't dare, because I know that if I listen too closely, I might hear the whistle of a train, calling me back to a place I can never leave. Story number 23. The Cursed Steam Train. I first heard about the cursed steam train when I was a boy, sitting on the worn leather couch in my grandfather's dimly lit living room. He would talk about it in hushed tones, as if speaking too loudly might summon it. To him, it wasn't just a story, it was a warning. And like most warnings from our elders, I didn't take it seriously, at least, not until I saw it with my own eyes. The story was simple yet chilling. In 1899, a steam train carrying cargo derailed during a fierce blizzard and plunged into the icy ravine known as Dead Man's Gorge. Every soul on board, engineers, brakemen, and a few stowaways, was lost. Their bodies were never recovered, buried under tons of snow and shattered steel. But the legend didn't end with the crash. According to locals, every Christmas Eve, the train would return, its whistle piercing the still night air. It didn't stop at any station. It merely passed through, its glowing headlights cutting through the darkness like the eyes of a predator. Those who saw it would hear the mournful wails of the doomed passengers and, worse, would feel its icy grip long after the train disappeared. I never believed it, not really, but one snowy Christmas Eve, I found myself in a position where disbelief would no longer protect me. It was a quiet night at the station where I worked as a junior conductor. I'd volunteered to take the shift, partly to avoid the chaos of my family's Christmas gathering and partly because I liked the solitude. The old station, with its creaking floors and soot-streaked walls, had a charm that was almost comforting until the storm rolled in. The snow came fast and heavy, blanketing the tracks and muffling every sound except the occasional howl of the wind. I was sitting in the office, staring out the frosted window, when I heard it, the faint but unmistakable sound of a train whistle. It didn't make sense. There were no scheduled trains that night, and the tracks leading out of the station had been deemed impassable hours ago. But the whistle grew louder, closer, until the walls of the office seemed to vibrate with its eerie resonance. I stepped outside, my boots crunching on the freshly fallen snow. The platform was empty, bathed in the pale glow of the station's flickering lights. Then I saw it. The train emerged from the storm like a phantom, its headlights glowing with a strange, otherworldly intensity. The engine was massive, its blackened steel shimmering in the snow, and behind it trailed a line of freight cars that seemed impossibly long. The entire train glided silently over the tracks, the sound of its whistle reverberating in my chest like a heartbeat. I stood frozen, watching as it passed. Through the frost-covered windows of the engine car, I could make out shadowy figures moving inside, engineers, perhaps, though their shapes were distorted and wrong. The freight cars were worse. Each one seemed to hold something different. Crates that rattled as if something inside was trying to escape, empty cages, and, in one car, rows of chairs filled with passengers who sat unnaturally still. As the last car rolled past, I noticed the figure standing on the rear platform, a man, or at least something that resembled one, dressed in a conductor's uniform that looked older than the station itself. His face was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes locked onto mine. He raised his hand, and I swear I felt the icy grip of his fingers even though he was yards away. He gestured for me to follow, to step closer, and for a moment, I almost did. The train disappeared into the blizzard as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind nothing but silence. My hands were trembling as I stumbled back into the station, locking the door behind me, but the sense of cold didn't leave. It seeped into my bones, lingering like a shadow that refused to fade. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the man on the platform, his outstretched hand beckoning me into the storm. And then there were the dreams, if you could call them that. In each one, I was aboard the train, walking through its endless cars. The passengers turned to watch me, their faces blank and their eyes hollow. The conductor was always there, waiting at the end of the train, his smile sharp as broken glass. Over the years, I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, a trick of the storm and my overactive imagination. But then I met others, people from towns up and down the old rail line who had their own stories about the cursed train. Some had heard its whistle. Others had seen its headlights cutting through the snow. A few had seen the conductor, just as I had, and bore the same haunted look I saw in the mirror every Christmas Eve. The most chilling account came from an old man in a nearby town. He claimed his father had boarded the train one fateful Christmas Eve, lured by the promise of warmth and shelter. The next morning, they found his father's boots in the snow beside the tracks. But nothing else. The train had taken him, the old man said, and he had never come back. I still work at the station, though I never take the Christmas Eve shift anymore. Someone else can deal with the storms and the silence and whatever waits out there on the tracks. But every year, as the clock nears midnight, I hear it, the whistle, faint but unmistakable, echoing through the snowy night, and I know it's out there, gliding along the rails, carrying its cargo of lost souls towards some unknown destination. I wonder if it remembers me, if it's waiting for me to step onto the platform once more. Sometimes, I think about what might happen if I did, but then I hear the conductor's voice in my dreams, whispering softly, "Tickets, please." Story number 24. The Ghost Train of Christmas Eve. They still talk about it in the village, a hushed legend passed down through generations. It's always the same, a train, departing from our small, snow-covered station on Christmas Eve in 1943, bound for the next town over. A journey that should have been routine, but instead became a chilling mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Growing up, I thought it was just a story parents told their children to keep them from wandering near the train tracks at night. But as I got older, the details became harder to dismiss. There were too many witnesses, too many unanswered questions. And now, As I write this, I can't shake the feeling that the train story is still incomplete. This is what I know. Christmas Eve, 1943, was a bitterly cold night. Snow had fallen steadily for hours, blanketing the village in silence. The 11:15 p.m. train was scheduled to depart from our station, a modest locomotive with 3 passenger cars and a skeleton crew. It wasn't unusual for the train to be sparsely populated. Most people stayed home with their families that night, celebrating the season, but a handful of passengers always boarded, traveling to the next town for their own reasons, work, family, or something more private. The station master, Henry Grayson, was the last person known to have seen the train and its passengers. He described a quiet scene as the train pulled away, a few scattered passengers settling into their seats, the conductor making his rounds, and the engineer giving a friendly wave from the cab. The train chugged into the darkness, its headlamp cutting through the falling snow. It never arrived at the next station. At first, no one thought much of it. Delays were common in winter, especially with the snowstorm intensifying. But by morning, concern had turned to alarm. The train, its crew, and its passengers had vanished. Search parties scoured the tracks, combing every inch between the 2 stations. But there was no sign of a derailment or any wreckage. The snow remained undisturbed, as if the train had never passed through. The next day, rumors began to spread. Some claimed they had seen strange lights along the tracks that night, pulsing orbs of pale blue that hovered in the air before fading away. Others spoke of hearing faint, ghostly voices carried on the wind, though no one could agree on what they were saying. Then came the discovery. 3 days after the train's disappearance, a railway worker found it sitting idle on a remote siding, miles from its intended route. The engine was cold, its fires long extinguished. Every car was empty, eerily pristine, as though no one had ever boarded. The villagers flocked to see it, their breath fogging in the freezing air as they peered through the frosted windows. The train had an unnatural stillness about it, a heavy quiet that seemed to press down on anyone who approached. Those brave enough to step inside described feeling a suffocating chill, even colder than the winter air outside. But the most unsettling detail was found in the rear car, a single suitcase, left open on one of the seats. Inside was a set of neatly folded clothes and nothing else. The train was eventually towed back to the station, where investigators tried to make sense of what had happened. They found no signs of foul play, no clues to the whereabouts of the crew or passengers. The only anomaly was the train's condition. Despite sitting out in the snowstorm for days, the tracks leading to the siding showed no evidence of its journey. It was as if the train had appeared out of thin air. Officially, the case was closed as unsolved. Unofficially, the story took on a life of its own. Some said the train had entered another dimension, a tear in reality that had swallowed its passengers whole. Others believed it had become a vessel for lost souls, ferrying them to the afterlife. A few whispered that the passengers had been taken, by what or whom. They dared not speculate. As the years passed, the story faded into folklore. The train was sold for scrap, and the siding was dismantled, but the legend never truly died. Every Christmas Eve, without fail, someone claims to see lights along the tracks, or to hear the faint whistle of a train in the distance. And once, just once, a man swore he saw the train itself, a shadowy outline gliding silently through the snow, its windows aglow with a ghostly light. I've always been skeptical of such tales, but last year, on Christmas Eve, something happened that made me question everything. I was walking home from the station after visiting an old friend. The night was quiet, the snow falling in thick, lazy flakes. As I approached the bend in the tracks, the spot where the train had been found all those years ago, I saw it, a faint blue light, flickering through the trees. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The light grew brighter, pulsing steadily, until I could make out its source. It was the train not as a ghostly vision, but solid and real, its cars gleaming in the moonlight, I stepped closer, my heart pounding. Through the windows, I saw shadowy figures seated inside, their faces indistinct but unmistakably human. They didn't move, didn't speak. They simply sat there staring straight ahead. And then the whistle blew, a mournful, echoing sound that sent shivers down my spine. The train began to move, gliding away into the darkness. Within moments, it was gone, leaving no trace behind. I haven't spoken of what I saw until now, but as another Christmas approaches, I feel compelled to share this story. The train may have vanished from the tracks, but it hasn't left us. It's out there, waiting for what? I don't know. But if you ever hear the whistle on Christmas Eve, don't follow it. Don't look for the train, because if you find it, you may never come back. Story number 25. The Ghost Train's Bell. It was the night before Christmas, and the snow had blanketed the small town of Briarwood in silence. Most folks were indoors, gathered around fireplaces or trimming their Christmas trees. But I had volunteered for the late-night shift at the Briarwood Depot. It wasn't a busy station anymore. Most trains had been replaced by highways and trucks, but the depot still operated for the occasional freight line passing through. I liked the quiet, the sound of the wind rattling the old glass panes, the distant hoots of owls. It was comforting in a way. But that night, there was something else, something I couldn't explain. The first sound came around 11:45 p.m. I was sitting at the dispatcher's desk, nursing a cup of coffee gone lukewarm. At first, I thought it was the wind, a faint, rhythmic clinking, like metal tapping against metal. But as it grew louder, my heart sank. It was unmistakably the sound of a bell, the kind you'd find on an old steam locomotive. I glanced at the schedule pinned to the corkboard. There were no trains due that night. The sound drew closer, resonating through the empty depot. The bell's rhythm was slow, deliberate, almost mournful. I stepped out onto the platform, pulling my coat tight against the biting wind. The snow glistened under the dim station lights, and the tracks stretched into the darkness like twin ribbons of steel. Then, from the far end of the line, I saw it, a flicker of orange light, faint but growing brighter. It didn't look like a modern train. It was something older, a relic from another era. The bell clanged louder now, echoing in the icy night. The train emerged from the shadows, its massive black engine engulfed in a faint, unnatural glow. Flames flickered along its sides, yet it didn't seem to burn. Behind the engine, a line of coal cars rattled noiselessly, their frames warped and charred. As it approached the platform, the train slowed, and I caught a glimpse of the faces. They were passengers, or at least they looked like passengers. Pale, translucent faces stared out from behind the soot-streaked windows. Their eyes were hollow, and their mouths moved silently, as if crying out for help. But no sound came. I froze, unable to look away as the train crawled to a stop. The bell ceased its tolling, leaving only the sound of the wind whipping through the depot. And then, the conductor stepped out. He was tall and thin, his uniform scorched and tattered. His face was obscured by shadows, but his eyes glowed faintly, like embers in a dying fire. He didn't speak. Instead, he raised a gloved hand and pointed directly at me. "Bored," a voice whispered, though his lips never moved. I shook my head, stumbling backward. "I'm not going anywhere," I stammered. The conductor tilted his head, almost curiously, before stepping back onto the train. The bell resumed its haunting toll, and the engine let out a hiss of steam. The train began to move, slowly at first, then faster, vanishing into the snowy darkness as quickly as it had appeared. When I returned to the depot, I locked every door and window. My hands were trembling as I picked up the phone to call the station master. But my words caught in my throat. On the dispatcher's desk, where I'd left my coffee, lay a pile of soot. In the center of it was a tarnished silver ticket stamped with a date. December 24th, 1892. That date stirred something in my memory. I rummaged through the dusty filing cabinet in the back office until I found it. a yellowed newspaper clipping from decades ago. The headline read, "Coal Train Disaster Claims 23 Lives on Christmas Eve." The article described how a freight train carrying coal had caught fire near Briarwood Depot. The flames spread quickly, trapping the passengers on board. By the time help arrived, the train was nothing more than a smoldering skeleton. For weeks after that night, couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the faces in the windows, their mouths silently pleading. I couldn't shake the feeling that the train would return, and that next time, it might not leave without a passenger. The following year, I left Briarwood and moved to the city. I told myself I was chasing better opportunities, but the truth was, I couldn't stay near those tracks. Even now, decades later, I still avoid train stations, but every Christmas Eve, without fail, I hear it, the faint toll of a bell in the distance, growing louder with each passing minute. And sometimes, if the night is especially quiet, I swear I can hear the whisper, "Bored." Story number 26. The invitation to the final journey. The night was cold, biting through the cracks in the window frame of my small bedroom. Snow blanketed the streets outside, muffling the world in an eerie silence. It was Christmas Eve, and like every year since Dad passed away, I found myself alone with my thoughts. But this Christmas was different. It started with the ticket, a small, golden slip of paper that appeared on my desk without explanation. Embossed on it were the words, "The final journey. Admit one. Departure at midnight." First, I thought it was a joke. Maybe one of the kids from school had slipped it through the window as a prank. But when I turned it over, I saw my name etched into the back in elegant cursive, Tom Harris. A shiver crawled up my spine. Midnight came faster than I expected. The house was deathly quiet, save for the faint ticking of the old grandfather clock in the living room. I sat on my bed, staring at the ticket, debating whether to ignore it or follow it. That's when I heard it. The low, haunting whistle of a train echoed from somewhere outside. But there were no tracks near my house, not for miles. Yet when I peered out my window, there it was, a massive black locomotive, its engine hissing steam into the icy air. It sat idle in the middle of the street, as if waiting for me, compelled by an inexplicable force. I grabbed my coat and the golden ticket, then stepped out into the snow. The train loomed larger as I approached, its windows glowing with an unsettling yellow light. The conductor, a tall man in a long coat and a hat that obscured his face, stood at the open door. "Mr. Harris," he said in a voice that sounded more like a growl than words. "We've been expecting you." I hesitated, clutching the ticket tightly in my hand. Something about his presence felt wrong. But before I could turn back, he extended a gloved hand and helped me onto the train. The interior was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Plush red velvet seats lined the walls, and golden chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a warm glow that didn't quite reach the corners. It felt luxurious, yet cold, lifeless. Even, the passengers were stranger still. Each of them was dressed in clothing from a different era. A woman in a Victorian gown, a soldier in a World War II uniform, a man in a three-piece suit from the 1920s. They sat silently, staring out the windows or at their folded hands. None of them acknowledged me. I chose a seat near the back, hoping to avoid drawing attention. The train jolted forward, and the world outside blurred into a swirling mist. After what felt like hours, I worked up the courage to speak to the woman sitting across from me. Her gown was tattered, the fabric stained with something dark. "Excuse me," I whispered. "Where is this train going?" She turned to me slowly, her face pale and gaunt, as if she hadn't eaten in years. Her eyes, sunken and lifeless, met mine. "To the end," she said simply. I sank back into my seat, my heart racing. The end? What did that mean? I clutched the ticket in my pocket, its edges now damp from the sweat on my palms. As the train sped onward, the mist outside began to part, revealing a vast, desolate landscape. Trees with gnarled branches reached out like skeletal hands, and the ground was littered with broken gravestones. The passengers began to stir, their murmurs growing louder. "The final stop," someone whispered. The conductor appeared again, moving down the aisle. "Prepare yourselves," he said, his voice echoing unnaturally. When the train came to a halt, I peered out the window and saw a massive iron gate with the words J. Thien then arched above it. Beyond the gate was a city bathed in an unearthly light, its buildings impossibly tall and twisted, reaching toward a sky that pulsed like a living thing. One by one, the passengers filed off the train. Some looked relieved, others terrified. When it was my turn to step onto the platform, I felt a hand grip my shoulder. "You don't belong here," a voice hissed. I turned to see an elderly man in a bowler hat, his face etched with lines of sorrow. "This train isn't for the living," he said. "Leave while you can." Panic surged through me. I clutched the ticket tighter and backed away from the gate. The conductor watched me from the steps of the train, his face obscured by shadows. "You have a choice," he said, his tone almost mocking. I ran. I don't know how I made it back onto the train, but I did. The moment I sat down, the train lurched forward again, the gate disappearing into the mist. The passengers who remained stared at me with blank, hollow eyes. When the train finally stopped, I found myself back where I had started, in the middle of my snowy street. The locomotive hissed one last time before vanishing into the darkness. I stumbled back into my house, my mind racing. It had to be a dream, I told myself, just a vivid, terrible dream. But when I reached into my pocket, I pulled out the golden ticket. It was real, its edges worn and frayed, and on the back, the elegant cursive had changed. It now read, "You've been warned." I never saw the train again, but every Christmas Eve, I hear its whistle in the distance, a chilling reminder of the journey I almost couldn't return from. Story number 27. The Passenger. I'd worked the Christmas Eve shift on the night train for nearly 10 years. It wasn't the most glamorous job, but it had its perks: quiet cars, no rush of morning commuters, and, of course, the occasional tips from grateful passengers traveling to see family. But that Christmas Eve, in 1989, something happened that still haunts me to this day. It was the night I met him, the man with the old suitcase. The train was unusually empty that night. Most people had already reached their destinations or decided to stay home to avoid the storm that had rolled in. I was assigned to the last car, and as we pulled out of the station, I settled into my usual routine, checking tickets and tidying up stray newspapers left behind. I first noticed him as we approached the outskirts of town. He boarded at a small, nearly abandoned station, a man in his late 60s, dressed in a dark, well-tailored suit. He carried an old leather suitcase that looked like it had seen better days. It was the kind of luggage you'd expect to see in a black and white photograph, not in the late 80s. "Good evening," I said, offering a smile as I approached him. He didn't respond. Instead, he handed me his ticket without a word and took a seat by the window. His movements were deliberate, almost mechanical, as if he were a character in an old film reel. I glanced at the ticket. It was dated for that night, but the handwriting looked strange, too ornate, like calligraphy from a bygone era. I chalked it up to his old-fashioned demeanor and continued down the aisle. But something about him unsettled me. The train moved steadily through the snow-covered countryside, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels filling the silence. Occasionally, I glanced back at the man. He never moved, never took his eyes off the darkened window. The suitcase sat on the floor beside him, its brass clasps glinting faintly under the dim overhead lights. Around midnight, I decided to make another pass through the car. As I approached, I noticed something strange. Frost had formed on the inside of the window where he was sitting. It was the only window like that in the entire car. "Is everything all right, sir?" I asked, my voice echoing slightly in the empty car. He didn't respond. Instead, he turned his head slowly, his pale blue eyes meeting mine for the first time. They were icy, void of warmth or life. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Would you like anything from the dining car?" I tried again, my voice wavering. "No," he said softly, his voice almost a whisper. Then he turned back to the window, as if I no longer existed. The storm outside intensified, snow slamming against the windows in thick sheets. I retreated to the front of the car, eager to put some distance between myself and the man. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me, even though his back was to me. When we reached the final station, I waited for him to disembark. The other passengers had already left, and the train was eerily silent. But when I walked to the back of the car, his seat was empty. The man was gone. I looked around, confused. The doors were still closed, and there was no way he could have slipped past me. But then I noticed the suitcase, still sitting on the floor where he'd left it. I hesitated, unsure whether I should open it. Something about it felt wrong, as if the suitcase itself carried a weight far greater than its size. But my curiosity got the better of me. With trembling hands, I knelt and flipped open the brass clasps. Inside were photographs, dozens, maybe hundreds of them. They were old, black and white snapshots of people sitting on trains, standing on platforms, smiling with loved ones. But as I flipped through them, I noticed a chilling pattern. Every single person in the photographs was staring directly at the camera, their expressions eerily blank. And the backgrounds, they were all the same window, the same frost, the same seat where the man had been sitting. I felt the blood drain from my face as I recognized one of the faces. It was a woman I had seen on the train months earlier, a regular passenger who had vanished without a trace. Another photograph showed a young man who had been reported missing the year before. And then, at the very back of the stack, I saw something that made me drop the suitcase. It was a picture of me. I stumbled back, my breath hitching as the photograph spilled onto the floor. The train creaked and groaned around me, as if it were alive, and the temperature in the car plummeted. The frost on the window began to spread, creeping toward me like a living thing. And then I heard it, a voice, faint and distant, but unmistakable. "Thank you for the ride," it whispered, echoing through the car. I bolted. I ran through the cars, my footsteps echoing wildly as I made my way to the conductor's cabin. When I told him what had happened, he looked at me like I was crazy. But when we returned to the last car, the suitcase was gone, the frost was gone, the photographs were gone. It was as if none of it had ever happened. I quit my job a week later. I couldn't stay, not after what I'd seen. But the memory of that night still haunts me. Every Christmas Eve, I find myself looking out my window, half expecting to see a man in a dark suit, standing in the snow with his old suitcase. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear the sound of a train whistle in the distance, followed by a faint whisper, "Tickets, please." Story number 28. The train home. It was Christmas Eve, and the air in the train station was bitterly cold. I had just finished the last shift of my year-end workload, and my only thought was getting back to the small town where I grew up. The train I boarded was nearly empty. The few passengers huddled in their seats with scarves wrapped tightly around their faces. I found a spot by the window, sank into the hard bench seat, and let the rhythmic clatter of the wheels lull me into sleep. When I woke up, the train was eerily quiet. The first thing I noticed was the cold. It was bone deep, far sharper than when I had boarded. The air seemed heavier, as though it carried something more than just frost. I glanced around the car, where once there had been passengers. Now there were only empty seats. Even the conductor was gone, his post abandoned. Outside the window, the landscape was blurred and dreamlike. The snow-covered fields and sparse trees I remembered from past trips were replaced by a shifting haze of shadow and light. There were no signs of civilization, no farmhouses or distant lights, just an endless expanse of nothingness. I called out, "Hello?" Is anyone there? No answer. My voice was swallowed by the oppressive silence. The train slowed. The grinding brakes screamed into the void. And then, with a shudder, it stopped. Through the frost-covered window, I could make out a faint shape in the darkness. A platform? My heart pounded as I grabbed my coat and stepped into the aisle. The moment I opened the door to the next car, a gust of icy air hit me like a slap. I stepped out onto the platform, my boots crunching against the frost-covered boards. I knew this place. My mind scrambled to understand what I was seeing, but it made no sense. The platform was one I hadn't seen in decades. Wooden, old-fashioned, with a lamppost casting a dim yellow light that flickered in the wind. And beyond it, there was my hometown, but not as I remembered it. This wasn't the bustling, modernized town I had visited year after year. This was something much older. The houses were smaller, the streets unpaved, and the windows glowed with the warm light of oil lamps. I stumbled forward, drawn by a strange, irresistible pull. When I reached the main street, everything felt achingly familiar yet completely alien. Snow dusted the rooftops, and garlands of evergreen hung across the street. The smell of roasted chestnuts wafted from a vendor's cart, and children played in the snow, their laughter ringing through the air. My breath hitched when I saw the town square. It was exactly as it had been when I was a boy, decades ago. But this was impossible. My town hadn't looked like this since the early 1930s. I followed the pull in my chest, my boots crunching over the snow-packed road. Every step felt surreal, as though I was walking through a dream. And then, I saw her. Standing in the doorway of the house where I had grown up was my mother. She looked exactly as she had during the Christmas of 1930, the last one we had together before she died in a house fire. She was younger, her hair pinned neatly back, her cheeks rosy from the cold. "Jack!" she called out, her voice as clear and real as the wind biting at my skin. She smiled the same smile I had seen in photographs, the one I had dreamed of seeing again for decades. I couldn't move. My legs felt rooted to the ground, torn between joy and an overwhelming sense of wrongness. "Come in, dear. Dinner's ready," she said, waving me forward. I climbed the steps, my hands trembling. Inside, the house was just as I remembered it. The scent of pine from the Christmas tree filled the air, mingling with the smell of roasted turkey. Everything was perfect, down to the worn rug in the living room and the old radio playing Christmas carols in the corner. "Sit down, Jack," my mother said, placing a steaming plate of food in front of me. "You must be starving." I Saturday, but something was gnawing at the edges of my mind. This wasn't real. Couldn't be. I looked around the table and saw my father and my sister, both of whom had passed away years ago. They were laughing, eating, their voices so natural that it almost convinced me I was imagining things. "Eat, Jack," my father said, his voice stern but kind. "You're home now." But I wasn't home. This was something else. I pushed my chair back and stood. "I can't stay," I said, my voice shaking. My mother's smile faltered. "But it's Christmas, Jack. You've come all this way. Don't leave." Her voice sounded distant now, hollow. The warmth of the room felt suffocating, pressing down on me like a weight. I turned toward the door, but my feet felt like they were sinking into the floor. When I looked down, I saw that the hardwood had turned into slush, dark and cold, creeping up my legs. "Stay with us, Jack," my sister whispered, her eyes no longer warm but glassy and black. I don't know how I managed to break free. I stumbled out the door and back onto the platform, the sound of their voices following me, growing louder and more desperate. The train was still there, its engine hissing softly. I climbed aboard and slammed the door shut behind me. As the train pulled away, I looked back. The town was gone. There was only darkness, the faint outline of snow-covered fields stretching into the void. When I arrived at my destination, the station master looked at me with confusion. "This train hasn't run for years," he said. "They retired it after a derailment back in 1930. I didn't respond. I simply walked out into the cold December air, clutching the ticket that was still in my pocket. The date printed on it read, December 24th, 1930.